The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is called to order. Trustee Fred John, could you please say the Pledge of Allegiance?
Doing so many things at once here. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Dr. Kinnaman, roll call, please.
Student Trustee Estrada.
Present.
Trustee Yant.
Present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present.
Trustee Broughton, I couldn't see
Present.
you. Trustee Wilson.
Here.
Trustee Sanchez.
Present. The board meeting agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954-2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda. Upon a determination by a two-third vote of the board, or less the two-thirds of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda of July 2016?
Yes. On the consent agenda, administrative services number 3, approval of contracts and agreements and amendments, has a correction to the payment source of number 8 in the list of contracts. And then on consent administrative services number 6, gifts and donations to the district, has a revised description on the third bullet regarding the telescopes. And revised copies of both items are located on the table in the back of the room, as well as with your materials.
So the agenda stands as amended. The board will now recess to closed session from 9:35 to 10:15. The board will reconvene open session at 10:30 a.m. So during this time, there was no reportable action taken during our closed session. And at this time, would love to get public updates from Dr. Joel Kinnaman. Thank you.
Yes, I'm be brief today. Just a couple of items. At our last board meeting, we had a discussion about the Alumni Association for College of the Desert and discussed the board's commitment to the Alumni Association, our alumni, and strengthening our alumni relations. And as part of that discussion, there was a suggestion for consideration of a couple of trustees to be potentially on the Alumni Association board. And I indicated that I would share that with the Alumni Association board, which I did at our last meeting. And I asked them to take a month and think about it, and that in our next meeting, which is coming up soon, to provide us with feedback so that I can come back to the board in August and we can determine whether or not there was interest in pursuing that matter. So we're pleased that that they're at least considering that as a way for us to strengthen the ties between the trustees and the Alumni Association board. In addition, we continue to plan for our fall flex professional development and putting together processes and reinforcing our processes around security and safety. And I know that as we all turn on the TV, it seems on a weekly basis, and there are incidents that occur, that it continues to remind us that that's must stay at the forefront of our minds, especially at a community college when you have such a large gathering of students and community members. And so we'll be continuing that process of training and updating, and we have several flex activities scheduled for professional development in this fall. And those are the only public updates.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kinnaman. At this time, we'll be doing our public comments. Persons who wish to speak to the board on any item may do so at this time. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes per topic, unless further time is granted by the board. Your comments will be timed, and you will be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds. Please understand the board welcomes your comments, but it's not able to respond to those comments. First one is Alumni Association update. Oh, I just got that. Yeah, this is public comments. It's under 3 minutes. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Young from the Alumni Association. Today I wanted to talk about the street fair as we prepare for the opening of our 33rd season. It's hard to believe that the street fair set up for its first day on December 10th, 1983. It started out as a small swap meet held once a month on campus. That first year, the association raised a total of $6,000. The following year, the fair was held 2 days a month, and its popularity grew primarily due to the fact that it was the only swap meet operation locally and because of the wonderful climate, atmosphere, and tourist industry of the city of Palm Desert. The success of the street fair has continued to grow, and it is a well-known attraction and shopping destination. We are grateful for that small group of former students, friends, and volunteers dedicated to supporting the college who started it all, and my team and I are honored and proud to carry on this tradition. Several of our returning merchants have been here since the very beginning, and many have participated for more than 20 years. Hundreds, if not thousands, of COD students have spent their weekend working at the street fair for either the merchants or the Alumni Association. It is a great opportunity for them to have a job that only requires them to work on weekends, so they are clear to attend classes and focus on their education during the weekdays. I know many inspirational stories from merchants who, because of the street fair, were able to send their own children to college. Some of our merchants are COD graduates. The street fair truly is a magical and special place where over 500 hardworking, dedicated individuals come together every Saturday and Sunday, beginning at 3 a.m. and ending at 5 p.m. That's a 14-hour workday, to make this popular event come to life. We are looking forward to next season as we work together on new ideas and new directions. This week we sent out over 200 acceptance letters and continue to receive applications. I ask for your support of the Alumni Association and the street fair as we continue our mission to support College of the Desert and the success of students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on the list is Arvin Ocampo, please.
Ready? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, I'm here to propose an idea that instead of expanding to Palm Springs with our West Valley campus, I would like for the board to consider expanding it to Cathedral City. I understand that you guys can't comment back, but that is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Nicholson, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Board and President Kinnaman. My name is Sean Nicholson. I wanted to take an opportunity to address the board regarding the proposed bond measure. I was a student here back in 2012 with Donnie Prince during the when we were just up in a little cubicle upstairs, and since then we've benefited from a great deal of funding for expanding the Veterans Center, and it has benefited us in a great deal. The veterans have a place to study, congregate, and there's a lot of things that we have expanded that Veterans Center and the population of people who benefit from that. This bond measure would have a great impact on us as a bigger facility. Now we have a TRIO program, and that we're kind of separated by a little bit of distance, but it would be nice to see that as we have more veterans coming into the Veterans Center, it does get kind of noisy in there, and ideally to have a place to congregate and a quiet area to study. As we increase in population, the Veterans Center has increased a great deal. So that's one of the reasons why I think this bond measure would have a great impact on the veterans, but also accessibility. I was stationed here. I retired from the Marine Corps after 20 years of service, and when I was stationed at 29 Palms, I ended up buying a house out in Desert Hot Springs. That's been my community, and since then, as veterans, as the war has decreased, veterans are getting out or retiring. They're staying here in this community, and so accessibility is, near Desert Hot Springs, having a building, a facility out there would be a great deal. Mecca, Thermal, Indio, all these areas is where veterans end up retiring or going. And Palm Springs is a nice place. There is a campus, I think, near there. I mean, all these places would be ideal. I wanted to close, because I understand I only have 3 minutes, is when we invest in our veterans, we invest in our community. Coachella Valley accounts for 135,000 of the 2 million veterans that end up living here in this state. As the veterans become more educated, they give back to their communities. And so this isn't a handout for veterans, this is a hand up. And as you educate a veteran, those dollars will be returned back to the community in tax dollars and money spent. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing the building going on. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vernon Cosley, please.
Good morning. My name is Vernon Coslin. I am a member of the College of the Desert Foundation Board of Directors and Service Treasurer, and I've applied to be the college support organization representative on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. I live in Rancho Mirage and retired in 2008 after 40 years in the investment management and securities industry in Los Angeles. I first moved to Palm Springs in 1957, attending Palm Springs High School's classes 1961. After college out of state, I was required to return to the desert to help my family in their business after my father suffered a heart attack. I was able to continue my college studies then, since the year was 1962 and the College of the Desert was open for classes. Now as then, COD provides the opportunity for thousands of our desert residents to start or continue their education while remaining in the desert. Some working part-time, others able to attend college while saving for further study or preparing for a career. I am so proud when I meet so many younger folks in the desert, working whether at our club or at the local Starbucks or many other places, to see that so many of them are attending COD. They're excited about their opportunity, they want to learn, they want to grow as individuals, and expand the opportunity for the future. I recently attended the annual graduation and pinning and the ceremony of our nursing school. I could not have been prouder of this class of future nurses that will be taking care of all of us, hopefully not too soon. As you can see, I have a soft spot for COD. It is because of this that I have joined the COD Foundation and created a scholarship fund. We must ensure that COD not only continues, but grows to support the growing needs of our community. It is in this regard that I come before you today to ask that you support the future growth plan of the COD administration. We must address the expanding geography and our community with our campuses from the west to the east end of the valley. We must ensure that we have the most up-to-date technology and facilities to support our faculty and train our students. We must not only maintain but enhance our facilities, some of which were built when I started here 55 years ago. It is my pleasure to join you, our Board of Trustees, in support of the plan and ask that you put this forward on the November ballot so that everyone in the Valley can join with us in supporting this opportunity to grow COD. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Keel, please.
Board of Trustees, President Kinnaman, staff, thank you very much for allowing me 3 minutes to speak on this. My name is Jeffrey Keel. I'm a resident of La Quinta, and I'm here as a citizen in support of the bond measure. I know this is a very challenging thing for you to do, to swallow and press that button, yes, to call the election on a $500 million bond, but this is absolutely the right thing to do, the right time. I'm preaching the choir when I tell you that this is a seminal moment for this institution in this valley. I believe in this college more than you know. I went to community colleges when I was younger myself, and my youngest daughter also went here a few years ago when I moved down here from the Bay Area, and I had a son at USC and a daughter at UCLA. I said, there ain't no more money in the bank, honey. And you're going to have to go to COD for a year. She was really angry at me. Well, she ended up spending 3 years here and loved it, and went on to graduate from Columbia up in Chicago. And this is such an important institution for this whole valley. I believe this is the most important educational institution in the Coachella Valley. And I come from experience on that. I spent 23 years in education, 12 years in the community college system, San Jose Evergreen Community College District. And I also served 6 years on your bond oversight committee. And I just want to add that a little extra perspective that Dr. Kinnaman and his staff, Lisa, and all the people involved, you have a fantastic team in place. I'm glad to see that you're pushing forward with this, because these people will get the job done in a responsible way. They will be transparent about everything they do. They will be responsible. They will follow the letter of the language of the resolution, not spending anything on administrative salaries or other salaries, just appropriate bond expenses. And I know that will continue. So I'm proud of all of you for what you're about ready to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Diamond, please.
I'm here both as tenured faculty at College of the Desert for 20 years, as well as president of the Faculty Association. All of us in the jointly with our adjunct association, we ask you to endorse Proposition 55, which will be on the November ballot, by forming a resolution from the Board of Trustees. As we all are aware, the passage of Prop 30 in 2012 was a lifesaver for education in California, especially Desert Community College District. While the state sales tax increase will soon expire, extending the income tax provision will be a tremendous aid, not only for us, but to California students throughout the state. We will be recommending to all our constituent groups to give Prop 55 their full support, and hope that this board will do so as well. As you can see, I've attached a sample that many of the community colleges and their boards are using. Whereas Prop 30 passed in 2012 helped public education recover some of the funds it lost during the recession by allowing districts to hire more teachers, faculty, and education support professionals, brought additional books and supplies directly to the classroom, reopened school libraries, and improved student access to community college courses, while at the same time helped to stabilize California's budget. Whereas California continues to lag far behind the rest of the country in education funding, ranking 46th in per student spending, Governor Brown's 2016-2017 budget forecast shows that unless we extend the tax on the wealthiest Californians, our schools and colleges will come up nearly $5 billion short in the first year, and the state budget will face a nearly $3 billion deficit. Whereas our students cannot afford another round of drastic cuts that would potentially mean $5 billion less each year for lowering class sizes, providing a well-rounded education, supporting professional development, keeping school libraries open, and ensuring students have access to higher education. Whereas the Children's Education and Healthcare Protection Act is now a new tax, but temporarily extends the income tax rates
already in place on the wealthiest Californians and only affects the top 2% earners in the state, the tax increases will automatically expire after 12 years. Whereas the measure is expected to raise 8 to 11 billion a year that will go directly into a special fund that supports K-12 education and community colleges. And you can finish the proposition. We urge you to design one appropriate for College of the Desert. We have been the beneficiary of millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brianna Soul?
Hello, as you all know, my name is Brianna Sewell, and I am running for College of the Desert Board of Trustees for Area 2. I am beyond thrilled to receive over 75 endorsements so far in my campaign, some of which are City Council members, Water District Board members, students, teachers, school counselors, and many more. As I reviewed this meeting's agenda over the last few days, I am thankful that additional access continues to be important to our Board of Trustees and College District. I am also happy to see the steps being taken in offering classes in Desert Hot Springs at Edward Winslow Education Center. Additional access to education is important for students throughout our valley and beyond. I would also like to point out a few important items. The consideration of a resolution of necessity for the acquisition for the property known to many of us as the Palm Springs Mall. In the background section of the packet provided by College of the Desert online on their website, it says that this interest is necessary for the College of the Desert West Valley Campus project, pursuant to the Desert Community College District's West Valley Campus Master Plan and Draft Environmental Impact Report. The Palm Springs Mall building will be demolished to allow development of the proposed campus. If we need a piece of land that is easily accessible to our residents throughout the Coachella Valley, we should look at an area that will not require thousands of dollars of legal processes to acquire it and thousands more to demolish the said building. There is plenty of space in Cathedral City and Desert Hot Springs and even North Palm Springs, which has been attempted before. We need to be wise when we plan how to use our taxpayers' dollars. If you refer to the finding number 1 also in the said packet, that was also provided by College of the Desert, the general theme in the findings is that the need is greater in Desert Hot Springs. The finding number 1 also references Desert Hot Springs' high unemployment rates, high poverty level, low median incomes. I believe that with increased access to education and opportunities, we can change the makeup of our community, which would positively impact the entire Coachella Valley. In conclusion, I believe we can save taxpayers money and time by not pursuing the Palm Springs Mall location. We need to put our campus where it is wanted and where it will be utilized. We need to spend our community's tax dollars wisely. We need to increase access to education quickly and efficiently. As I mentioned, my name is Brianna Sewell, and I am running for College of the Desert Board of Trustees for Trustee Area 2. You can reach me via email, Brianna, B-R-E-A-N-N-A, @sewell4cod.com, or on my website, sewell4cod.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now this goes to our next point, Ascot, Minerva Montaigne. She is not here today. Is there going to be anyone else from Ascot? No, there seems that they're not. Oops, I'm sorry. Actually, I was going beyond myself there. The introduction of new staff, and my favorite part of the meeting.
Great.
Actually, introduction of new staff, faculty members, Dr. Kinnaman, thank you. I was going just too excited over seeing our new faculty and staff.
Yes, it is very exciting, and we've got exceptional folks coming onto the college, and anybody that's been involved in the hiring process, we've just been blown away by the quality of the applicants, and oftentimes we wish we were in a position to even hire more than we're able to recommend to the board. But we'll talk about the ones that we have hired and that we would like for you to get to know. I'll start with Adam Olhorn, counselor, DSPS. Adam, come on up here.
Yay.
And then we have Christine Schaefer, counselor, general counselor. Angel Miraz, athletics counselor. Veronica Dott, also
Where is she?
general counseling. Victoria Curry, counselor, DSPS. Patricia Espinoza, interim director of Upward Bound. Kristen Milligan, director of financial aid. And Dr. Mary Ann Gallardi, vice president, human resources and labor relations.
Yeah.
So Adam, you stand out.
I don't know why.
But we are happy to have all of you as part of the college family, and we look forward to many, many years of you being with us. And thank you. And I think we're going to get a couple of pictures here too.
Yeah. Any comments? Does anyone want to say something? Not really. You don't want to?
Veronica. always-
Veronica.
Veronica Doubt, like Mrs. Doubtfire, in case you
Yeah.
don't remember how to say my last name. It's a very privilege to be here. I actually am an alumni from Indio High School, Summer Raja, so in case you are a rival, please don't let me know. It's nice because I started off here as a lifeguard at the campus, so it's really cool to make the transition and give back to my community. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope not to let you guys down.
Thank you. Anyone else want to say something?
Sure.
Hey,
Do I-
all right.
Do I get the 3-minute timer also? I'm a graduate of Palm Springs High School. I did come here to play baseball. I ended up finishing my degree after I went into the military, so the veteran stuff is my lingo. I'm lucky enough to work in DSPS and help individuals with disabilities, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back and serve the community that I grew up in.
Oh, good job. Anyone else want to say something? Please.
Kristen Milligan, Financial Aid Director. Again, it's definitely a privilege to be here. Thank you all so much. I look forward to getting to know you all, and I hope that you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. I saw someone else. Oh, great. Great.
Christine
Yay.
Schaefer. I'm not from the Valley,
Oh.
and it's been really a surprise to me to end up here for the last 10, 11 years. I actually grew up in Nebraska for 30 years, moved to Oregon and raised my family for 23 years, and then came down here because my parents were here. And I am so grateful to be here because I have truly found my life's work after all these years, helping our students succeed. It is such a blessing to me to be able to help our students. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, Mary Ann Gallardi, Vice President for Human Resources, and I appreciate joining the campus, and I am looking forward to working with all the new employees and all our current employees to develop some new initiatives and programs for the college related to professional development as well as human resources in general. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Welcome. Thank you. Welcome you all. Thank you. Anyone else wanted to say something?
I'll just add, Angel Miraz, also a native of the Valley, Raja also. Just very grateful for the opportunity and excited to be able to serve our students in this new capacity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we got everyone. Anyone else? Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's your time.
I'm a little more bashful. My name is Victoria Curry. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I've actually been a counselor here for 9 years as an adjunct, so it is quite exciting to be full-time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay. Minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular minutes of the June 16th, 2016 minutes? If there are no further corrections to the minutes, they stand as approved. Reports. Let's go to the College of the Desert Foundation. Jim Hummer.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
As I said at the last Board of Trustees meeting, we kind of did a summary of the last year and what we did there. This is kind of now our time to start looking to this next season. And I just wanted to hit some highlights. We're putting together the final touches on the calendar of the year, which I think is going to be an exciting year. It kind of starts off in October with the Desert Estate Planners. These are all the wealth managers in the desert that meet, and we'll be doing an outreach to them. They are the ones who contact individuals who may be looking at planned gifts or estate gifts towards the college. We want to keep them informed of all the good news the college has to offer. We'll then be moving to November, where the Academic Angels will be having their fall luncheon, followed in December, which is kind of become one of our signature events. That's the Citizens of Distinction, and you'll all be getting information on that, where you have 5 honorees that are fabulous. And I think it's one of those events that now is becoming a signature event for the foundation, and one that's not to be missed. We then follow in January, where we're going to be assisting President Kinnaman with the state of the college. We're in the planning process right now. I think that'll be a really exciting event, and one, again, that's not to be missed. In January, we'll be highlighting our 3 W members, those that have in fact given planned gifts to the college, and we'll also be doing outreach for future and new planned gifts. As I mentioned yesterday, we did receive substantial planned gifts last year, roughly 10 of them, and we consider that still to be a very important part of our work. In February, we moved to the donor scholarship reception. That's one that has again become a real highlight of the season, when we get our donors to the scholarship program meeting their students that in fact are getting the scholarships. We get reports out of that that just are really fabulous. In March, we have Stepping Out for COD, March 15th at the McCallum Theater. We'll be having Neil Berg's 100 Years of Broadway. So we've moved from Motown back to the Broadway theme. So we're kind of moving we're trying to do something different each year in terms of target audiences and themes, et cetera. But this year it's Broadway. Then we follow up with, in the end of March, with the spring luncheon for the Academic Angels, the Coetta Barker reception, and of course we wrap up the season with the spring musical. These are kind of the major things. There'll be a variety of other in-home events and things that go on, and we're working on some that are going to be kind of some surprises, hopefully to help energize the donor base. But I can tell you that I believe this year the foundation, the Academic Angels, are excited, are energized, and I think they're going to put on a wonderful way of different events to extend the college message to the community. So we'll be getting further information on the details, time, places, and dates on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions about the foundation or me or anything? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, College of the Desert Faculty Association, Denise Diamond. Thank you.
Good morning. The Faculty Association, in representing Tony Manzoni, tenured faculty for over 30 years, was happy to meet with the president in June regarding the Golf Center. We formally requested some information from the district regarding Tony's hours, and we have not yet received that. We understand that the district has extended the RFP for an outside company to manage the golf center, and the employees called auxiliary employees have a 3-month contract. The status and plan for the Golf Center remains confusing at best. We do understand the President's commitment to the golf management program, and that was reiterated in the meeting and greatly appreciated. As we discussed in that meeting with the President, the Golf Center has been completely automated. It has an automated ball dispensary and very limited need for management. Additionally, while waiting for the final budget numbers, the deficit will be much lower than the district has been stating. A low deficit is very good news, but it's not the most important news. The important focus is the purpose of the Golf Center. The Golf Center is not a profit-making facility. It is, and always has been, an instructional lab for the golf management program and the golf teams. As such, the college can and should celebrate the remarkable achievements which continue to bring a significant number of international students to the college, as well as local and regional recognition to this very unique program. The association will continue to support Tony Manzoni and extends good wishes while he's under treatment. The Faculty Association congratulates Chef Steve Benno on his upcoming retirement, which is in your board packet, from college after over 30 years of service. Chef recalls the National Association for Restaurants grant that Tony got for the college, which was in fact the seed for the culinary program, which Chef has nurtured over these decades. There are many transitions to be made in this signature program, and it is my great hope, speaking from 20 years here at COD, that we use the expertise and wisdom faculty and staff have garnered over the years in our future planning. We meet, consult, listen, ask. These are win-win skills. And no matter what the district decides to do in the future, we always win by practicing these skills. The Faculty Association has filed 2 formal grievances related to working conditions and safety. A 3rd faculty member has requested a transfer to another unit for the same reasons. In representing the faculty, we take these issues very seriously, and we will follow through on them to ensure the well-being of the faculty. This Thursday, we will have the privilege, Vice President of the Association, Jose Simo, and I, and look forward to meeting with our new VP of HR, Dr. Gugliardi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise, for your presentation. CSEA, Lauro Jimenez.
Good morning, Board of Trustees, Dr. Kinnaman, administration, faculty, staff, students, and esteemed guests. Wanted to talk a little bit about release time. CSA appreciates the support of the board and Dr. Kinnaman and his negotiation team in working with our team to increase the hours available for release time for our CSA leadership team. These release time hours are hours that may be used to conduct association business, and that is the time when we are considered to not be on duty in a regular position. We also clarify that these hours are beyond the hours that otherwise are available to the association and classified staff as we participate in board meetings like today, to participate in shared governance meetings, to participate in chapter meetings, and as well as our annual CSA conference, or also to represent members in meetings with supervisors as governed by their wine garden rights or other statutory rights. Our team is very excited about having the time available for us now to be able to plan the future year. And we actually have been meeting this summer, which is quite a perk for us to have the ability to have the time to be able to do that. And in fact, we'll be meeting today itself. We hadn't planned on the board meeting being today. So. That was a change. CSA State Association news. Our chapter has elected Patricia Reyes and our Chief Union Steward, Mary Lisi, as delegates to join me as the President of Chapter 407 to represent our chapter at the 90th Annual CSEA Conference. As we converge this year in San Jose, we join over 2,000 delegates and will be attending training events, we'll debate and vote on resolutions, and we will elect association officers. We had active discussions at the chapter level on all the resolutions before us this year. Our chapter thanks Patricia and Mary in advance for the days and hours of intense work ahead. It seemed like a vacation, but it really isn't. We were honored that Dr. Bonnie Steffen attended last conference last year, and she did an excellent job of representing the district. And on that note, I would like to remind the trustees and faculty and administrators and staff that the association welcomes you to attend the conference as our proceedings guests. Please contact Mary Alicia or myself if you're interested. Proposition 55. So CSCA joins the COD Faculty Association and the COD Adjunct Association in urging Desert Community College District to join the many school boards and community college boards in considering and adopting a resolution to support the California Children's Education Healthcare Protection Act of 2016. Currently listed as endorsing community college boards in the website, and the website is www.protectingcalifornia.com. This is a list of the districts that have already done this. This is Coast Community College, Foothill De Anza Community College District, Glendale Community College District, San Jose Evergreen Community College District, San Diego Community College District, and San Mateo Community College District. CSA members and faculty across California worked tirelessly to gather signatures to qualify this initiative, which has now become, now that it's numbered, a Proposition 55, which is entitled Tax Extension to Fund Education and Healthcare. The passage of Proposition 30 in 2012 provided significant funding for school districts and community college districts. Revenues from the proposition will decline after 2016 and will disappear completely after 2018, with a severe impact on education in California, and in our case specifically for this district. Proposition 55 would extend by 12 years a temporary personal tax increase enacted in 2012 on high-income individuals. We hope to work together to ensure higher education for the millions of students who attend California's community colleges and schools. Our groups and our members are committed to support the success of this proposition and hope the board will show its support as well. Earlier this morning, we have provided a sample, along with the other associations, of a resolution for your consideration. Thank you. And I'd like to also welcome our new vice president. We had a very productive meeting with her yesterday, and CSCA is looking forward to working collaboratively with her, and we have many opportunities ahead. And now that we have all our vice presidents now hired and actively engaged, we're very enthusiastic about what we can all do together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lauro. I believe that we do not have our student Minerva, okay, and academic senate. Okay, we'll go into, I'm seeing our representatives are, some are not here, so administrative reports. Student trustee Estrada.
No report.
No report, okay. Trustee John.
Thank you. This past month, I was able to attend the Rotary in Cathedral City, and a very active and interested group wanting to know what's happening and what's for the future. I was also attending the foundation, the Community Foundation for Riverside and San Bernardino County Youth Grant Makers Program. It's just a very important program for the Coachella Valley. It currently involves students from Xavier, Rancho Mirage, Cathedral City, Palm Springs High School, and at least one student from COD on the staff. And I like what this program does. It takes youth from the community, gives them the opportunity to learn about philanthropy, to learn how to evaluate applications, and then make awards to community groups of actual dollars. And, you know, many people in the community wonder, where are next generation philanthropists coming from? They're coming from groups like Youth Grant Makers Program. And this year, our local group awarded funds to the Braille Institute, Grid Alternatives, Operation Safe House, and Read With Me. And the group spent a great deal of time evaluating programs and did a wonderful job in making awards. So I recommend that we all learn more about the Youth Grant Makers and support that program. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stefan.
First off, I'd like to once again welcome Dr. Gallardi. It's nice to have you fully on board now. This month is our country's birthday month. It's also my birthday month.
Yes,
that's why I
mine
remember
too.
that
Yes.
always. That's my mark.
Happy
Red, white, and blue
birthday.
here. So I just want to extend a big thank you to all of our veterans out there for all that they've done for our country from its inception. This month, I had the opportunity to represent my local district teachers at the National Education Association's RA, which is their big conference. And I know our CTA people will know what that is. So I spent a week in Washington, D.C. At that, I learned a lot about Proposition 55. And I will be recommending to the board that we do consider this, supporting this proposition. Also, I had the opportunity of listening to President hopeful Hillary Clinton speak, which was a great honor. And I'm one of those lucky people at the RA convention for the NEA. A lot of people think I'm lucky because I am disabled, so I get to sit in a special section, so I get a very close-up view as she comes on and gets to go up the stage. It's a big conference, though, so my legs are really sore and my back hurt every day, but that's okay. I got a better view of presidential hopeful Hillary Clinton. And I got to hear many of the individuals speak. I also being able to share with people from around the United States on educational issues is incredible. If anybody ever has an opportunity to attend an NEA-RA as a guest, please do so, because it's one of the greatest places to see democracy at work. You see 7,000 delegates, and they voted on over 125 new business items, and that's a lot in a week. Plus all the resolutions and all the amendments and all the standing rules and everything else that we had to do. We also had the opportunity of listening to the Teacher of the Year, the National Teacher of the Year. And she gave a heartbreaking presentation. I'm going to try to make that available to all of the trustees, because she was one individual that many people thought would never even make it out of high school. And she became a teacher, and now she's the National Teacher of the Year. And it made me think of all of the teachers. If it weren't for all the teachers in her life, she even said this, it would not have been possible. And then when she went to college, all the professors and all the people that we don't think of that are behind the scenes that also help. And the other individual that I had the opportunity of listening to was the ESP of the Year, which is the Educational Support Professional. And I remembered when listening to her, the things that I said when I was a guest at the CSEA State Conference last year in Las Vegas, that many times we recognize what teachers do for students, but we forget what the classified people or the educational support people do. And we always need to be cognizant of what every individual on the campus, administrators included, students even, how you impact each and every other person. And I'm so grateful to be associated with College of the Desert and also be able to be a teacher by what I tell people is my real job, because it's the one that pays for my food and my house. But being able to work with students on a daily basis and ensure that student success. So I just want to reach out and say thank you to everybody associated with College of the Desert this month. Big thank you, because you're what makes so many lives possible for a wonderful future. You change lives. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Broughton.
It's summer, so although our campuses are very busy, they're not always having the same focus that we have during the more traditional school year. I've had an opportunity over the last month to observe 2 of our programs where we're welcoming new students. Now, some of those new students are maybe not quite here yet. They're 7th graders. But those students that have an opportunity to take robotics camp have an introduction to college. And you've all heard me say this before, but that opportunity to come on campus, whichever campus it is that they happen to take their class on, is a life-changing experience. Not only do they learn to make robots, which is ever so cool, but now they are a college student. So we impact those students, we impact their parents and their tias and their tios, their cousins, the whole thing, because somebody has to get that child to the class. Someone has to pick them up. So we have lots of family that comes on campus that gets to admire the project of the day, take pictures, and pass it around. That is money well spent, and I thank folks that spend their time writing the grants for it, the folks that donate so we have sponsors for the little extras that go on. What I heard from those 2 students that I know that took robotics in the East Valley was that not only was it just incredibly cool and the teacher was wonderful, but they got a t-shirt and a diploma. So, just want you to know where things stand. That diploma really meant a lot.
I think the t-shirt meant more.
No, actually, with these kids, it was like, we've got a diploma. They're
That's
almost
ridiculous.
7th
Yeah,
graders.
their certificate. They were so
No,
excited.
no, it was not a certificate. It was a diploma, according to these 7th graders. So we're really moving up in the world. The Edge, I got to see Edge in action. The students I talked to had a very good experience. They came in very timid, and the last day pictures, they're not so timid anymore. So they're all looking forward to college. They all feel that they will succeed. We know that self-esteem is a huge part of it. They had an opportunity to interact with professors, excuse me, with counselors, and with administration. It means a lot. Again, I say thank you to the folks that put together that money for that project so those students can have a college experience and now be college students. So I continue to be impressed with Edge and how it grows and how it reaches out. Saying all those good things that we do, I also have to remind us that we have to keep focused on the time we live in. It's bad things and it's good things. We have to remember that all lives matter, and I think we show that each day when we reach out and help each student, that we're equally interested in every student's success. We also need to find ways to be more friendly to this generation. I admired the Facebook ads from our Alumni Association advertising the street fair. They, of course, were looking for interested vendors, but it also made the general public that read the ad interested. Oh, wonder what kind of things they have there. So that was a good way. I saw our community college to the south, the Imperial Valley. They advertised summer classes all summer. We still have these classes open, or this is your next opportunity. Perhaps we did that and I didn't see it, but it is a way to reach out. On the other hand, I'm not sure we can reach out, because although we continue to expand, we continue to have more support staff, we continue to have more faculty, our classes fill up quickly. So there too, we have an opportunity and a need to, if we're going to serve our community, to find more ways that we can serve them. We need more buildings, we need more staff, and we need more ways to interact other than our website, which we all know what I think of, and perhaps more mobile interaction. I'm happy to see that we're having more opportunities, may I?
Yes.
For podcasting, because that helps reinforce students with who English is perhaps not their first or their strongest language. It helps reinforce students that have learning challenges, and it helps those of us that just didn't pay attention at that moment and need to hear that professor say it again. So I really admire the things that we're doing, how we're changing our Blackboard opportunity to other venues, and we'll have a little more money for those online activities. Eventually, students, I believe, are going to be going to school on their telephones and their tablets. We need to be there when it happens. So I too want to say thank you for faculty, for staff, for administration, for all the hours that they put into this college, into these positive opportunities. And generally what I hear in our community is that we're doing a good job. And could we just offer more classes in more places? So
That's true.
that's really nice to hear. Thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you. Next, Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended the farewell to our board assistant, Angela Walton, and truly want to wish Angela the best of luck in her new position with the City of San Jacinto, and want to publicly thank her for her hard work, patience, and her sense of humor. And also would like to publicly welcome back Leanne to fill in and whip us and keep us in check. So welcome back, Leanne. Also want to thank Chef Bino for his many years of service and his over 30 years of service and his contribution to College of the Desert and the changes thanks to his hard work to make an outstanding culinary program here. So thank you, Chef Bino. We wish you the very, very best of luck. I share the welcome to Dr. Ghilardi. Welcome. And also would like to, if you hear from Diane Worth, please thank her for the kind note that she sent to me. I appreciate that. Other than that, I've been enjoying a wonderful visit from my daughter. I've gone to a few out-of-town jaunts to keep out of the heat. And that pretty much concludes my comments, Madam Chair. We have a lot of important items to get to, so thank you so much.
Thank you. I just also want to publicly thank Angela Walton for her service to the College of the Desert, and also welcome Leanne again. Thank you for always stepping in and being there for us as well. And most of all, we have some new people and all our new employees. Dr. Durant, thank you for coming to the college. And also we have a lot of retiring professors that are going to be leaving. And I want to thank them for their dedicated service teaching at our college as well. So a lot of those that are leaving us and retiring, we just want to thank you for your dedication and for your work. And I would be more mindful also to thank each and every one of you every day. We don't want to thank you when you're gone. We want to thank you now for what you all do, the everyday things that you do, the small little things that you do when you talk to a student, when you're on your way to the car, and or when you see them at the supermarket, when you just want to go. It's just thank you so much for our faculty, our staff, and our security officers that are here as well. I really want to commend our security office for our Palm Desert, always helping us at our 4th of July celebration. Really want to commend our security that worked very hard and tirelessly for a lot of our staff that were able to attend. It was our nation's birthday, and it was a wonderful, and also I shared the July birthday also with you, Bonnie. So Just wanted to say God bless America and God bless the College of the Desert. It's a very, and all the work we all do here. As Desert Hot Springs, as your Area 2 representative for the College of the Desert, ensuring all of us here want to ensure student success and increase the college going rate. It's critical that we move forward in what we do. We've had the highest graduating class ever. What an honor is that? But we have a lot more progress to do. We're at a great time, and it's a privilege and an honor to serve you, all of you, and represent you. But I just want to kind of ditto what Trustee Broughton. I attended the most heartfelt, the most beautiful, I have to say, event here of all of Coachella Valley, and it was our Coachella-wide Unity Vigil that happened in Indio. What a glorious event when you see community leaders, electeds, the police department, all the men in blue. We really have to thank those that protect us each and every day. And I am so honored that we have one of the top, we have to say the top, Public Safety Academy here in the desert, helping the men in blue and the women in blue that serve us. So what a heartfelt event, and we have to always create our public safety academies, our fire academies that protect us, our first responders are so key, and the College of the Desert believes in that training, and we're just so proud to be part of that. I also attended the RDA Oversight Committee at Desert Hot Springs in June, and very proud, just want to let everyone know, we were nominated for the HARC event, Workplace Wellness. We were one of the nominees for that, for our wonderful newsletters for our workplace, all the wonderful workplace wellness for our faculty and programs that Misty, shout out to Misty Santana, comes out. It takes a lot of effort to come out and put these programs out for all of us here at the College of the Desert. So that was, we didn't win, but we were one of the nominees, so close. Attended the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber installation and the Palm Desert Chamber of Commerce installation. This is a time where we at the college are just partnering, and we're building the next educated workforce, our training program. Yes, get a college education, but also we want jobs here. So it's so critical that we provide jobs. And I always have to give a shout out to our college hub. Our college hub is a place where you can go and companies can put down interns, students can also look for jobs. So maybe in the future we could have a more expanded version on this wonderful program. One of the chambers of commerce was looking for a student to help on their social media. They went on the hub and they found a student. So it works. So just for, oops, I'm just going to talk a little more if I may. It's one of our dynamic and signature programs of creating jobs. I'm very proud of the action item number 7 that we're going to be having in accordance to the code. We're going to be having our Edward Winsloff Educational Center in Desert Hot Springs. We're very, very excited. Being a resident of Desert Hot Springs, I love my city and love representing you there. Excited that that's going to be our designation offsite location, and that will be in our action item number 7. Also attended the BIA luncheon where we were showcased. It was wonderful to hear all the great things that that we're doing, and to give a shout out to Mayor Palm, Rob Moon, that also mentioned us at the luncheon. It was wonderful to hear how we're partnering with all the cities. Everybody's excited. And also attended the Desert Hot Springs Rotary event. And just want to stress that College of the Desert, we're committed to expanding our partnerships, always partnering with the future and with our students. It's so critical. that we always partner with our academic institutions here in the desert. So that ends my report. And I also want to mention, just someone stopped me when I was in Desert Hot Springs while I was at the supermarket. A mom just grabbed me and thanked me. And I just want to thank our faculty and staff. And I know that's one of your Pam, that's one of your signature programs. What a wonderful program we have. She was elated. She grabbed me. I mean, she's like, I need to tell you something. And it was, my son wants to study math. That was so wonderful. And they were emphasizing this diploma. They were so excited about school. So what the college does for these families out in Desert Hot Springs, and she wants to come in maybe at our next meeting and talk about what an impact it made in her family. So I just want to commend our robotics camp and everyone that puts together that camp. That's just amazing for our Coachella Valley. We had it for the first time out in Desert Hot Springs, and they were just standing, they were excited to make a student, I don't know, some mothers here, to get up in the morning and not tell them, that's what she said, my son would get up and get excited to go to school. And so that was just, it's a big difference when they're excited. And I want to thank the teachers that were doing that. That was just so wonderful as all to hear. I also want to announce, and I'm sure Dr. Kinnaman will announce maybe this, our chancellor. We now have a new chancellor here, I was told, Eloy. So we're very, the chancellors of the community college. So that was a great announcement. I personally know him, and I'm very excited. We're going to be under great leadership, the Chancellor of the California Community Colleges. So this ends my report, and excited on what our meeting is going to be today. Thank you.
Chairperson, may I piggyback on your job hub?
Yes.
I have been to a number of different community events, which I didn't talk about because they're not directly related to the college. They become directly related to the college in that at almost every event, someone comes to me and says, my company has an opportunity for an internship. We're looking for someone to input data at our office. It's a temporary job, but it could grow into a permanent position. My suggestion is that once that process is developed a little better, that we in fact have a business card. One generally hands out a business card to introduce yourself, but in our case, we'd be handing out a business card that says, would you introduce yourself to us? That if you have an internship or a job opening that's appropriate for students, this is the number and the person to contact. I think it would make the community feel secure. It would give us something tangible for them to put in their wallet, and there's a lot of opportunities for our students. We all know that first job is so hard, but maybe we can make it happen. So
Great
it's
suggestion.
just a thought on mine.
That's a great suggestion, because we've been getting a lot out in the community about that. Okay.
Okay, I've got an opportunity to speak 3 or 4 times throughout the course of the rest of our meeting, so I'm going to offer no remarks at this time, and we'll offer some as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. So that moves us, looking at the time, to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. I want to make sure that everybody's there. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented or amended if an item is pulled for the discussion?
I would make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as presented, if I would be allowed to extend my gratitude for the gifts and donations that are given to the district. We
Second.
always appreciate people's time and those items. Thank you, Bonnie.
Second. Okay. That was quick. Any discussion?
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, the corrections that were presented to us on the dais are relative, okay, got it. Just wanted to make sure. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion on that item? Okay. Student trustee?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Okay, I think we're now in B, Board Policy Review. Is everyone there?
Right, this is the second reading, so
Yeah, this is our second.
this is actually a vote to accept
Right.
these policies.
Right, so do I have, I just wanted, do I have a motion to approve now the second reading of the board policies as presented? BP 1100 Desert Community College District, BP Board Membership, BP 3520 Local Law Enforcement, BP 2710 Conflict of Interest. Okay? Any discussion on any of the items?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I have a question with regard to BP 3520, local law enforcement.
Okay.
In looking at the clean version, I noticed that there are several references to the written agreement between the district and local law enforcement. And yet the written agreements are not part of the board policy. So I'm wondering if it should be, since it is referenced and.
So, Lisa, the written agreements, those agreements, do they ever come before the board as a different item, or are those agreements through our security department and law enforcement? Okay.
I have to research what agreements are this in reference to, and I will respond back to you.
And it's possible that's part of procedure.
Yes, it's possible that the agreements come like other agreements before the board for action and approval, or that, procedurally there's something that outlines that, but I can't speak. Oh, well, I've got somebody that might be able to help us.
Thank you.
If I may, I just wanted to add that it says in here that the written agreements are public record and are made available for inspection by members of the public upon request to the security department.
That's correct. As far as I understand, through my particular position as the Director of Public Safety here, I am currently going through my own internal audit and looking to see how we've done memorandums of understanding and so forth in the past with local law enforcement. What we're doing right now is that when we have an agreement with local law enforcement, it's something that's renewed. I believe it's I want to say it's every 5 years. I'm not exactly sure on that, but once it's agreed upon, it's actually given to the board for not exactly an approval, but just as an informational item.
It does say here in our policy, the written agreement shall be reviewed and updated if necessary every 5 years. Okay. Do you know when was the last time we reviewed those agreements?
I don't, but since I've taken over, I've just been looking at everything and updating it as we go along. So we're actually in the process of updating an agreement right now with the local law enforcement.
Well, Madam Chair, if I'm the only one that has any concern about this, then I'll, if my other trustees, colleagues agree that it doesn't need to be on there, I'm fine with that. I just have a question about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
You're reviewing them, and so I think you'll be able to have a better feel when they're actually all reviewed as to where they are appropriate, whether they're under procedure or part of the policy, since they are public and should be public information. You have a challenge there because you have a number of police departments and the sheriff's department has two main offices here, and so you have quite a challenge being sure that you reach out to everyone, but we have a good relationship. We're very fortunate in this valley.
Absolutely.
And I might add, I'll commit to providing an informational item to update the board at the next board meeting on this item.
Great.
So,
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any more discussion on any of the items there?
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the second reading of the Board of Trustees meeting? Excuse me, of the, of all the, okay, excuse me. We have a motion on the floor. Student Trustee Estrada. I'm sorry.
So you would like a motion?
No, a vote? When I-
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carried unanimously. Now we're going into the other items. I'm just so eager beaver today that I just want to go into our item of the board meeting dates. Now, this is our second reading, just to let people know. The dates, how does, do I have a motion? Is everyone there?
So move.
Okay, to approve the second reading? Second? Thank you. Any discussion on that?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
I would like to bring this back, not as the dates, because the dates are very important that they be set as early as possible, but a number of times we've had a discussion that perhaps we should consider having these meetings occasionally on campuses other than the main one, but it needs to be planned ahead so that we don't ask staff to work on Friday night at the, as I say, the edge of the earth, down where I live. Also, perhaps that's not the most appropriate time for that community, whichever it is community that we happen to be in, to have a meeting. So we need to think of that as well. For us, these meetings work wonderfully because they start at 9:30 and we have it during the business day. If one works at a job where you can't get away to come to something as exciting as a trustee meeting, then you'd never have an opportunity to attend. So those things need to be considered, but they need to be planned ahead so that we have some consideration, both for staff and for community members, because they also can't drop their world because we wonder why people don't come. Well, gee, we don't actually come to your community, but every 2 or 3 years, and it's not regular, and you can't plan. So let's see if we can think of a way maybe to have a regular schedule where we alternate out. The regular could be every other year or something. Still, it'd be good. So we have a motion that we accept the dates, but I would like us to consider the actual locations at a different time.
Okay. Thank you. I concur with you, Trustee Broughton, that we should have it at our sites of Desert Hot Springs or in, let's say, in Indio. It's just that we alternate, but better prepared for that. Thank you. Any more discussion on this particular item?
Thank you for asking.
Okay. Student Trustee Estrada?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Now we're at, I'm looking at Dr. Kinnaman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon.
Oh, item C. Superintendent, the College Support Organization representative on the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee. Do I have a motion to approve the College Support Organization representative on the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee as presented?
You do.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion on this particular item? And just for everyone's record, this is for our Vern, is that correct?
Yes, and
Coslin, and he was here. So, any more discussion?
I'd like to ask Vice President Howe if she could explain the process that we use in identifying individuals for the different categories that are required under the Prop 39 language.
I will do my best.
Okay.
As you know, we are required by Prop 39 when we issue bonds to have a Citizens Oversight Committee. That committee has to be made up of different representatives from different groups. Mr. Coslin is coming to us as a college support organization. He qualifies for that as he is a member of our foundation board and also is on our finance committee. There are other vacancies on our committee, which we will be bringing to you in the upcoming months. Our next meeting is in September. I believe our vacancies at the present time, and you're putting me on the spot here, are the taxpayer organization. I believe we have a senior citizens vacancy as well as a business owner vacancy. So that is.
I have a question. I received numerous questions on this particular. Where do they go if they want to apply for any of these positions?
That's a great question, and that is available on our website, on the bond oversight. There's a link from our main webpage to the bond committee, and on there is the application, and we publicize as well in the Desert Sun and on our website for vacancies in that area.
Is there an actual, I had some questions from the community. Are there the due dates, or is there a closing date on that?
I believe the closing date at the current time was extended through the end of June, and we extended it further because we still had vacancies. So it remains a rolling opening as long as there is a vacancy on the committee.
So once again, they apply through our College of the Desert website on the bottom, bond, and then they apply.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Lisa, does that complete our membership of the Oversight Committee? Is it now complete with?
It is not. We still have 3 vacancies.
Ah.
So we need to fill those prior to having a quorum and our next.
Senior citizen, and the other was?
Business representative.
Okay, and the senior is representing a senior organization. The senior citizen one, it represents an organization.
Correct. They must be a representative of an organization.
Of an organization.
Yes, and I do believe we do have one applicant that has submitted that is currently before the president and being reviewed.
Wonderful.
And will be presented for consideration at our next board meeting, as well as a taxpayer representative who just submitted an application this week, and she will be considered as well.
And what is the other opening? Is there another?
The other is the business owner or business representative. Has to be part of a business organization, such as Rotary or Kiwanis or Lions Club. And so that is currently a vacancy, and I'm unaware of any applicants for that role. So if we do know someone,
I was
please.
gonna say, I have some ideas, perhaps someone. We can't say thank you enough to these people. They put in a lot of time, they do a lot of reading, they ask really great questions, and I believe that they are a major part of our success in the last bond, of being careful.
Oh, yeah.
Not only were we as a college careful about how we spent the money, but we have citizens that act as fair witnesses, that look at it and say, why did you do this? Oh, that's a good reason. Why? I'm sure they come with suggestions that say, have you thought about looking at it this way? And that's just invaluable. They do this out of the goodness of their heart. So we really just can't say thank you to those people enough.
Lisa, what can we do to ensure that availability announcements gets out to the diversity of communities that we have?
That's a good question. It has been, I will tell you, it has been challenging. So word of mouth, contacting on your behalf, if you know someone that it would be good on that, try to encourage them to apply so that we have a larger pool to choose from. I have been very pleased with the representatives that we've had thus far. I'm very happy to see that Mr. Cosden will be joining us. I have had the opportunity to work with him on the Foundation Finance Committee, and he brings an entirely new perspective, which is always appreciated.
So the information for how to apply is on the website?
Yes, it is.
Easy
Yes,
to
it is.
find?
Easy. Our website has challenges, so I'm not going to say it is easy to find. But we do regular advertisements in the Desert Sun, and I will see what we can do about having it a direct link from our current webpage, since our 3 existing vacancies.
Okay.
I'm just hoping that we can push the net out further. You know.
That would be great.
Yes, it looks like we have some assistance
Okay,
here.
thank you.
Measurables.
There it is.
Yes. Oversight Committee, if you'll go to Oversight Committee, over there.
Is there
And
Okay,
application.
at
There you
this
go.
time, because we're under such.
There you go.
Great.
There we go. Thank you. Okay.
So
So at this time,
we have a motion?
we have I just want to go back to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
I had one more question, but I'm going to hold that off because we're in the middle of a motion. Student trustee Estrada, for your vote.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Okay.
It's time for lunch.
Okay, now,
Time for lunch.
believe that it is 12.
I don't really believe we can finish anything else. so
Right.
I'm suggesting that we break for lunch.
Okay. So at this time, we'll break for lunch. And I'm recessed till about 1:30. Thank you. Okay. So during closed session, a motion was made, and this is our report out, by Trustee Broughton, second by Trustee Stefan, to authorize President Joel Kinnaman to extend the employment agreement of Mr. Jeff Baker to half-time, effective July 1st, 2016 through December 31st, 2016. The motion carried with 5 members voting in favor and 0 members voting no. Motion carried 5-0. Thank you. We will now call agenda item 1. This item is a hearing to determine if the Board of Trustees wishes to adopt the resolution of necessity number 072016-1, authorizing the commencement of eminent domain proceedings to acquire the property located at 2365 2475 East Tockwitz Canyon Way in Palm Springs for the College of the Desert West Valley Campus Project. We will first hear from council to explain the nature and the scope of this hearing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Gilpin with Best and Krieger. The item on your agenda today is to consider the adoption of a resolution of necessity to acquire a parcel of property for the Desert West Valley Campus Project. The only issues that you're being asked to decide today, there are 4 of them. The first one is whether the public interest and necessity require the proposed project. Secondly, whether the proposed project is planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. Number 3, whether the real property that we'll be discussing, as described in the resolution, is necessary for the proposed project. And 4th, whether the required offers to purchase the real property have been made to the property owner. Those are the only 4 elements. Compensation is not an issue here. We have made an offer to purchase the real properties for the established fair market value. So the only issue for you to consider is whether that offer was made. Happy to answer any questions, or you can move on.
Does any member of the board have any questions for council about the nature of scope about this hearing?
I believe I'm good. I believe those, to repeat what you said, is that 4 items that you've listed, and this has nothing to do with the compensation.
Correct.
Okay. Any more? I will now call Vice President Lisa Howell to provide proof of the mailing of the notice of hearing on the resolution of necessity.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez-Fulton. I have before me a copy of the notice of hearing to the property owner, as well as a direct correspondence and our campus master plan that I would like to submit for the record. I will give it to the clerk. So, continuing with comments. On July 1st, 2016, a notice of this hearing was sent to the record owners of the property via U.S. mail certified receipt, request, and personal service. Courtesy copies of this notice were also sent to the owner's attorneys and known interested parties. Attached to the staff report are copies of the notice of the hearing to the property owner that were mailed to the owners and interested parties as indicated.
Were there any written objections or requests to be heard in response to these notices?
Yes, the district did receive a letter from the property owner's attorney, Mr. Leifer, requesting a meeting on July 8th. We also received a letter from Property Owners Council on July 15th indicating their intent to appear here today. And as of today at 11 o'clock, we received a letter with objections that has been made part of the record that was received from the property owner's attorney, again, today at 11 o'clock.
I will now ask Lisa Howell to present the staff report.
Thank you. I have a brief, I won't say brief, I have a PowerPoint for you. Yes. This will also be entered into the record. When we talk about what is a resolution of necessity, what are you being asked to do today? It is a formal decision to use eminent domain to acquire property. And when would we do this? When would this be considered? Eminent domain is used as a last resort. And I think if you look at our correspondence, this has been going on for a number of years. The initial interest in the property was identified in April 2014. The project for which the property is to be acquired is deemed necessary. We're going to approve that today for the interest of the public, and it will be located where it will offer the greatest public benefit with the least private detriment. An offer to purchase the property has been made. So we're going to show you the process that we went through and why we believe this resolution should be considered today. Why this site? Another good question. To assure all communities in the Coachella Valley have access to higher education. College of the Desert campuses are located in Palm Desert here in the Central Valley, Indio in the East Valley, and Mecca Thermal in the East Valley. Demographic and economic data indicate there is a growing demand for educational and vocational programs, as indicated in our West Valley campus master plan, which is also part of the record today. So if we look at our Coachella Valley map, you'll see the area that we're talking about is this West Valley. We have campuses in Palm Desert, we have campuses in Indio, and we have campuses in East Valley. But we are lacking a campus in the area shown by the rectangle. What do we know about the area to be served? We know that there is a large percentage of the population that is under 44 years of age. The addition of a campus in the West Valley will have a positive impact on a larger percentage of this community by providing the opportunity to obtain a degree or certificate. Of course, the college intends to reach out to its more senior population, I would be one of those, as done in other parts of the valley, such as our partnership with Learning and Retirement here on our Palm Desert campus and also at our mall. So what can higher education do for a community? Educational attainment is a key economic indicator that helps project future employment and earnings potential. Data from our West Valley Master Plan indicate Desert Hot Springs has the second lowest percentage of high school graduates or higher, and the second lowest percentages of bachelor's degree or higher. Cathedral City has the fourth lowest percentage of high school graduates or higher, and the third lowest percentage of bachelor's degree or higher. Yes.
These are the second lowest or the fourth lowest communities
Within the valley, yes, yes. Correct. And both of these are below the Riverside County and state attainment levels. So graphically, we can see this data indicated below. And that is its source there. This again is included in our West Valley Master Plan. and was part of our EIR for this project. So educational attainment and earnings. In most cases, educational attainment is directly correlated to median earnings and unemployment. People with higher education levels are more likely to earn higher incomes than those with lower education levels. Nationally, a higher level of educational attainment translates into lower unemployment levels as well. This chart shows that the West Valley campus will serve 3 of the 4 Coachella Valley communities with the lowest median household income. And that's a very important part. We are trying to improve the lives of those individuals. Here's an aerial view of the Palm Springs Mall site. I believe we all agree it's centrally located in our West Valley. It is well served by a network of arterial roadways and is just west of Cathedral City and south of Desert Hot Springs. It is close to both the Palm Springs Airport and City Hall. It has existing infrastructure such as water, power, sewer, etc., and is currently served by 3 Sunline bus routes, and there is currently ample parking. Currently, the mall encompasses approximately 332,000 square feet. Brightwood College, formerly Kaplan College, is the only remaining tenant at the mall. City officials have received no plans from the current owner for future renovation, modernization, or repurposing. Community members have expressed support for our West Valley campus. So what do we know? The mall is literally abandoned. The only remaining tenant, as we said, is Brightwood College. As of this presentation, again, the current owner has not provided the city or community with plans to redevelop, modernize, repurpose, or demolish. It is our understanding there has been little or no communication between the city officials and the current owner of the property. The physical condition and appearance of the mall and site have been progressively deteriorating. After lengthy discussions between college representatives and community leaders, an announcement of our plans to locate the West Valley campus on this site was made in April 2014. Following that announcement, 2 scoping meetings were held at the Palm Springs Library in preparation for the environmental impact report that was recently certified by our Board of Trustees at its June meeting. There was a great deal of participation, support, and excitement around the possibility of a West Valley campus on this site expressed during these meetings. Both myself and Dr. Kenneman recently presented a brief overview of the project at a Palm Springs City Council meeting in June, and this too was well received. So let's review what we're asking you to consider today. The resolution of necessity, if adopted, would allow the College of the Desert to acquire this site by eminent domain. Eminent domain in and of itself is used as a last resort. Offers to purchase the property at fair market value were made on 3 different occasions and as early as March 20th, 2014. In addition, Dr. Kenneman sent 2 personal letters to the owner. We believe it's unfortunate that the current owner just recently responded to our numerous attempts to negotiate a sale for the property. This has caused a lengthy and expensive delay in the construction of the West Valley campus. Speaking of that West Valley campus, let's talk about something exciting. Let us share with you, the plans for the future of this site. As mentioned earlier, the entire build-out would encompass approximately 330,000 square feet. Phase 1 is planned for approximately 50,000 square feet. The entire footprint would be maintained and enhanced with landscaping and improvements during all construction phases. The shaded area in the diagram depicts the entire mall building site and easterly mall parking to be modified by the Phase 1 project. Phase 1 of the project includes 2 classroom structures aligned in the center of the property with an entrance and parking situated to the south. This was done for several reasons, including input on traffic analysis and to take advantage of the beautiful views to the mountains of the west. The entrance to the campus is designed similar to the one here in Palm Desert. and it will become more pronounced as the campus completes the remaining phases. Here's a three-dimensional view. We're trying to design and incorporate the entire footprint of the mall site with Phase 1 located in the center with the entrance off of Farrell. The initial phase of the campus will be situated in the center of the property. However, we plan to maintain the existing parking on the entire site as well as add some softscape improvements to ensure we have a beautiful venue. Note the prominent street presence of Phase 1 and its proximity to Tockwitz Canyon Way and Farrell Drive. The design takes advantages of the beautiful mountain views to the west and includes a circular drive, much like the one here in Palm Desert. Here are a few renderings of what it might look like. We felt it important to retain a mid-century modern architectural concept, one that we know and understand are very important to the city of Palm Springs, and one that will be honored and incorporated into all phases of the West Valley campus. Here's another view of what it might look like from the north elevation. This slide gives us an idea of the massing of the project and the views from various locations. Phase 1 is approximately 50,000 square feet. The existing mall structure, as we know today, would be demolished and replaced with a state-of-the-art college campus. The good news is the college today has enough funding from our existing Measure B bond proceeds to both purchase the property and build out Phase 1 completely. This campus can and will be a reality within 3 to 4 years. We hope you are as excited as we are about this new campus. A little bit about Phase 1 includes our sought-after culinary arts and theater programs with a production and baking kitchen, cafe, lab, and classrooms, as well as enrollment and counseling areas. The remaining phases come from new bond proceeds, which we'll be hearing more about later today. And the primary reason we are here. Phase 2 includes more classrooms, as shown here, and would be located to the west of Phase 1 buildings. Here is a look at what Phase 3 might look like. Note that the college quad begins to take shape. Phase 4 has been placed off of Baristo and is the planned location for the film school. Note its proximity to Palm Springs High School, which is located directly across Baristo Road. An emphasis has been placed on the accessibility for high school students into the college to enhance our partnerships. This expands the existing partnership with Palm Springs Unified and creates additional opportunities for students and thus the Coachella Valley. Phase 5 includes another utilization of a power corner, which is located there on Baristo and Farrell, and could very well be the new home of the Film Festival offices and include a film studio. As you can see, at full build-out, the West Valley campus is very impressive. The north area shows possible partnerships with the community and may include the relocation of the Palm Springs Library and Conference Center in close proximity. And I say may, it's a vision. What an amazing transition. A complete rebirth of an old and tired abandoned site. A fresh new look for a fresh start for that underserved population of the West Valley. An institution of higher learning to provide the opportunities for higher wages, less unemployment, and thus a better life. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kenneman.
Thank you, Vice President Howe. So as you can see by the plan and the presentation to date, there's some unique advantages the site offers for our college and our students. And I would like to also point out just more about the West Valley. A commitment was made when we passed the original bond that there would be a campus built in Palm Springs. And this is the college moving forward on that commitment to Palm Springs and to those in Coachella Valley that passed our last bond. As part of that, we also recognize when you look at Cathedral City, you look at Desert Hot Springs, and you look at Palm Springs. If you look at the population of those cities, and if you look at a population centers, the current location, if you go 5 miles out, has more than double the population than if you were to go either further towards DHS or come towards Cathedral City. So the demographics based on the location is very compelling for access for our students, even when you start looking at the number of students that utilize mass transit to be able to access our facility. So the uniqueness of the site is very compelling from that vantage point for students and student access, but also for working with our partners. And you can see there's a lot of partners and potential collaborations that are up on the screen at this time. Our intent is to purchase the property. We have one goal in mind: what's in the best interest of our students. And we believe that adjacent to the high school and to our other partners, that this is a very compelling opportunity for some unique programs. We're excited about the project, shared facilities and programs, expanded opportunities for our students in training for internships and careers in healthcare, film and television, energy, the environment, hospitality and culinary programs, as well as obtaining general education classes. Working with the Palm Springs International Film Festival, our education partners, and others in this creative arts community, we want to strengthen academic and career pathways in film and media as we develop the Palm Springs Film and Television Institute at COD. Discussions with local hospitality industry leaders are around development of a hospitality institute where students learn and work in real-time hotel and hospitality environments. All are part of our commitment to serve the growing needs for an education workforce in our valley. The college is in the midst of tremendous growth. More and more students are turning to us to help them reach their next goals in life. Since 1993, we have more than doubled the number of degrees and certificates awarded. In 2015, we celebrated the largest graduating class in COD history. And then just this May, we broke that record. It was just this week I was told that we achieved 14% growth in full-time equivalent students in the academic year 2015-16. We believe that once everybody closes their college enrollments, the College of the Desert will be the fastest growing college in the state of California. We are excited about the future for the West Valley campus in Palm Springs and making the difference in the lives of our students. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does any member of the board have any questions? Okay, go ahead.
So I see this as an opportunity for the entire population to have a chance to improve their lives. We're going to be approaching persons that are just out of high school, but I also see elements in there for persons that are established in the community, which I like to think of myself as instead of being old, okay? So, oh, Leanne's complaining about my microphone. So, is workforce, we always are a community college. We always are looking for opportunities for students to transfer from our college on to their next chapter. But am I correct in understanding that it's also going to have a workforce component?
It will be a very strong workforce career tech component to this project, yes.
I hear that often when I speak to people in our community, that what students need more opportunity for is chances to learn a trade so they can bootstrap themselves. They can work, they can make a living wage, and they can continue their education. So it seems to me that this facility will offer that to those folks in the West Valley, as well as those folks from my East Valley that
go over to meet those very special opportunities.
Yes, I believe with our pathway programs that we work with our area K-12s on, this will be natural pathways from the high school into our programs and then into the workforce.
Yeah, it looks like literally and figuratively, it'll be a natural pathway.
And then if you're a returning student, then we'll find a pathway for you too.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to mention my folks in Desert Hot Springs. I see the compelling argument of the current population and the proximity, and seeing how the Palm Springs campus will be just like the way the Indio campus is to Mecca, the way the Palm Springs, is that correct, Dr. Kinnaman? Is that
I'm so glad you pointed that out, because those of you that are familiar with the growth that we've experienced, we originally started with a branch in Mecca Thermal, or we sometimes refer to as East Valley, and with plans on building in Indio as well. And we built in Indio, and immediately we were at capacity in that facility, so we're having to add some space there. Similarly, that model in the West Valley, where we would have Palm Springs with this phase, and we're beginning with the Winslow site right now in DHS, we envision a mirror to the East Valley, where you've got two components and two opportunities in these communities that ideally will complement one another and may provide a resource for students to be able to go between two locations to get their educational requirements met. Very similar to what we see in the Indio and the Mecca Thermal. So one of the things that's very clear, and I think Vice President Howe, when she showed the location of the campuses, is there's great need in West Valley extending north as well. So we're committed to serving that population as well. And
you're saying Desert Hot Springs, is that correct?
Yes, Desert Hot Springs,
okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Kinnaman, this
Yes.
seems like the Community Connections could also take advantage of the CVEP Business Incubator just up the street.
That I'm so glad you mentioned that, Dr. Gaunt. Yes, with the CVEP incubator program, one of the things that we've explored is an opportunity for interns and mentorship programs in there, because you've got some emerging programs in the incubator, and that would be an exciting opportunity for our students to be exposed early on in some of those emerging fields.
It's like 2 blocks away.
Yes, yeah. Very good.
I have a couple questions. Lisa, I noticed you stated that a public meeting had been held at the Palm Springs Library.
Correct.
And a presentation was made to the Palm Springs City Council. Are there plans to do a presentation in the Palm Springs Unified School District?
It's a good question. We don't currently have anything on the books, but I'm certain that we will be collaborating with them as we do on most of our joint projects.
Another question I had is about Brightwood College. How long is their current lease there? Would you happen to know?
I do not know, but I believe legal counsel may know. I know part of this process is that we have to provide relocation services, and we actually have entertained a consultant to do so, and is working to provide services should that be needed.
Okay.
I'll confess, I don't know the termination date, but Lisa's correct that we've employed a relocation expert because they are occupying the facilities that's required to be done, and are working with them on relocation efforts.
How many students are currently attending Brightwood?
I do not
we know
know.
that?
I do not know the
I mean,
answer.
that'll come into the relocation.
I personally would love to see a presentation done to the City of Desert Hot Springs. If we could maybe, President Kinnaman, could we have that? Thank you.
I think both those comments were made that were made are important for us as we're looking at our partners. Again, with Palm Springs Unified, there's always opportunities, and it may be something that we would want to work into our 2x2 meetings with a couple of council members and staff and a couple of trustees, but then also then do an open general presentation as well.
And I might too remind the board that Superintendent, who's since retired, Chris Anderson came and spoke in support of this
That's right.
project at our EIR certification.
And with Palm Springs Unified also encompassing the K-12 and DHS, that'll help us, get a sense for both areas.
And for the public to know, the 2x2s, could we explain what a 2x2 is?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. It's when two individuals, two elected officials from one entity, this being the Board of Trustees, might sit down with staff, probably myself and one other, and two individuals that are elected on another board, which may be the Palm Springs Unified School District, and the superintendent, and we just talk about our plans and our programs and make sure that we're working together in a collaborative way, in a way that's best for our students.
I have a question with regard to transportation. We have 3 bus lines, different routes. Is that different routes?
Correct.
So does one go to Desert Hot Springs, one goes to Cathedral City?
I know that.
Does one come out here to our main campus?
Yes, there are, and I believe there are plans to enhance those should this project move forward. So we work very closely with Sunline, as you know, our recent Route 20 express route from Desert Hot Springs to campus here. So they are very involved in this project, very supportive, and that was included in our master plan and EIR documents.
So I just want to reiterate, so we have a transportation problem, not problem, but we've started a program from Desert Hot Springs to College of the Desert. So we are going to be looking at transportation modes for this particular project as well.
Correct. There are currently 3 existing, but as the campus evolves, so will the transportation opportunities.
If I may, Vice President Howe, when we were looking at this site, do you recall how much it reduced the travel time from DHS? It was like in half, I believe, or 45 minutes.
It was more than half.
Yeah.
Originally, it took a student traveling from Desert Hot Springs to Palm Desert campus over 2.5 hours. And today you can do that. It's one stop in Thousand Palms, I believe, and it is less than 35 minutes.
And then when we were looking in Palm Springs at different locations, because of this location being one of the major hubs, it was one of the most accessible places in the city. So.
Right.
Seems very accessible to me. Are we going to, or how are we going to, I should ask, how are we going to reach out to all of our citizens? When I see that beautiful mid-century architecture, I always have to be concerned about persons with disabilities. I'm sure that we are going to help there.
Yes, in fact, we probably are more compliant than most organizations. We take everything through our Department of State Finance,
Yes.
and they're very rigorous. We also have to be Field Act compliant since we have classrooms and students on campus. And I don't know, Lisa, if you have anything else.
The Department of State Architect requires ADA compliance, and any new building or any building that's renovated has to be brought up to code, and the accessibility is tremendous.
And I ask that actually as an extension to the transportation question, because since it's easy to get to that site, you've established that we can get a bus or a van, special van there. Then our next step would be, are we able on that site to build a school that's actually accessible to all? And
Yes. In fact, with I would say with a footprint that hasn't been developed, it makes it much easier for us to develop
in
in a way.
retrofitting, yes.
And then this is very important to me. because having been on the board for 17 years and been in the initial phasing in of hoping to see this vision come to fruition, when we passed our initial bond measure here, we had a promise to the West Valley. This will keep that promise, and it will come out of the existing bond that we have now. That we're
Currently,
finishing.
as I stated earlier, there is current funding set aside, so allocated but unspent, to both acquire and complete Phase 1. And Phase 1 would encompass the 50,000 square feet building and the classrooms that we showed, as well as do the enhancements, the softscape, the landscape, to make it a better visual site for the community, as well as then prep for our phases 2 through 6.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's important too, because we promised.
We
when-
promised.
when
We made a promise, and I want to
When
keep
we
that
got
promise.
support for that bond, we promised the valley that we would reach out, that we would improve this campus, and it would always be our main campus, but that we would reach out and provide facilities in other
In
in
the
other
east and the
locations. And
west.
we've done a good job in East Valley. But West Valley, we've not actually completed that promise. So I'd like to see us able to complete that promise.
Any more questions from the board?
Well,
This time?
I wanted to share the concerns that Trustee Broughton has with regard to the students at Brightwood College. When we talk about relocation efforts, what does that mean? What are we doing?
Well, in general, a consultant meets with the tenant and tries to find suitable relocation sites for them, and then pursuant to California laws, relocation benefits are provided in terms of moving in, relocation, reestablishment expenses. And so that's a process that it goes through with the tenant in terms of trying to find a suitable relocation site and assisting them with that.
Actually, I guess I have one more follow-up question. If this resolution were to pass, this would not end would this end negotiations? My belief is it would not, but I'd like that clarified. This would end
No.
or not end negotiations with this owner?
It would not end negotiations with the owner. All this does is authorize the filing of an eminent domain action to further the process. In my experience, negotiations continue long into that process, and this in no way curtails our ability to continue dialogue or have negotiation discussions. In fact, this is often the time when it occurs. As you've noted, their negotiations with property owners just started within the last 30 days of them approaching you. So, no, it will not curtail that.
Okay, so we're not actually closing a door. We're opening another door, but we're not closing our opportunity to come to an agreement.
Correct.
I think that answers my question.
Okay. Are there any other, questions for the staff?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now call upon Vice President Lisa Howell to note all the written objections, protests, and requests to be heard, which have been filed, received, read, and considered.
So as of last evening, I had received nothing, and we did receive again this morning at 11 o'clock correspondence, and I'm going to defer to Mr. Gilpin to provide us information on that item.
Yes, you had one request to be heard, I think on July 15th, and as Lisa indicated, you had no objections up until this morning. You did receive a letter via email, and you didn't receive it via U.S. mail, but it was sent via U.S. mail from a Michael Kehoe of the law firm of Palmieri Tyler. I think Mr. Kehoe is in the audience and probably like to address you. This is laying out their objections to the adoption of the resolution of necessity, and I believe the clerk has a copy of the letter that will be made part of the record.
Okay. Well, I think the public hearing is now open, and all persons with interest in the property who wish to be heard will be called first, followed by all persons who wish to be heard. This is a public hearing for the receipt of the public testimony. Therefore, will not be Board of Staff responses during the public hearing. As you come forward to speak, please identify yourself, your interest in the property, at issue, if any, and your contact information.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Keogh. I'm one of the council representing the property owner. I'm actually here with one of the property owner representatives, Melissa Arroyo, who works for the property owner. We did request to be heard previously, and there was a comment made about this campus providing opportunity. And one of the items you have to consider is not only the greatest public good, but also the least private injury. It's a required finding. We have submitted, prior to the objection letter, another letter following up on a meeting with Dr. Kinnaman and Vice President Howell and representatives of the district. This property owner bought the property for the opportunity that it provides. Like every other person who buys property, looking for it for an investment and an opportunity that it could provide to him and the potential for development that it provides. What happens by adopting a resolution of necessity is that you do foreclose that opportunity that the property owner had and that the reason for his purchase. What we've asked first before objecting is if the district, and it sounds from everything I'm hearing, the district is intent on going forward with trying to acquire this site, is that the district provide the property owner the opportunity to work with the district in a joint venture build-to-suit arrangement. From our meeting with representatives of the district, this is a long-term project. It's not a project that is going to be built tomorrow. It's not a project that's going to be built in the next year. It's a project that has several phases of planning that have yet to be done, even though there's been a series of meetings and planning that's been presented. You have, I think, schematic or architectural renderings and not anything else for this project at this point. And what the property owner is asking of the district is that the district postpone adopting a resolution, because the resolution is telling the property owner, we are taking your property whether you like it or not. And what the property owner is asking is that be given the opportunity, now that he has received notice of this intent to acquire, now that it has been provided relatively recently, to be able to work with the district to look at a win-win situation. So what we're asking initially, and this was a letter that was submitted yesterday as well, following up on our meeting, is that this hearing be postponed to allow further discussions with my client to address a win-win situation with the district that doesn't involve the drastic power of eminent domain, which is taking private property. If the district is not inclined to postpone and to work with the property owner in that regard, we do have objections to adopting the resolution of necessity today. One of the things that was presented to you is that there's been a number of offer letters. I believe there were 3 identified. We have only received 2 offer letters. The most recent offer letter, and I brought a copy with me today, from April 26, 2016. You don't decide the amount of compensation today, but you do have to make a finding that the required offer with the required information has been provided to the property owner. The first offer was in 2014 for a little over $7 million. The last offer was about $9.5 million. When my client bought this property, basically coming out of the recession, he's now being offered significantly less than the price for which he purchased it. And the offer that was given most recently did not include the summary appraisal statement. It did not include the comparable sales. It did not provide any property owner who would be interested in looking at, well, what is the basis for this offer? That information was not included, and that is required to be included. You cannot make a finding that an offer has been made that is missing essential information. As a public entity, the district is required to provide the summary appraisal along with a letter saying the amount. It's not good enough to just say the amount. Obviously, if you were sitting in the property owner's shoes, you'd be concerned if you're being offered substantially less than you paid for the property and the backup information that's required to be with it isn't presented. I'd also like to address some of the comments made regarding the presentation for the campus. One of the comments was that there's been no entitlement documents received by the city of Palm Springs and that essentially this mall has been abandoned and that it's progressively deteriorating. Frankly, there's no evidence of progressive deterioration. There's no evidence of abandonment. The fact that my client is working on plans for developing and achieving the opportunity that this property provides, the same way the district is looking at the opportunity it provides, in no way shows there's been any abandonment by my client to try and develop and move forward with his plans for the property. In the big picture, the district needs to be fair to the property owner too. The property owner is the one who feels the most drastic effect of eminent domain. It's taking something away that he bought, that he's worked hard for to be able to put himself into a position to be able to purchase this property, and now it's being taken. What we would ask too is, I understand there's been a lot of discussion about why the district likes the location of this property, but least private injury also requires considering whether there are other opportunities for the district that don't require condemning all of our property owners' interests. That includes not only looking at potentially other properties that don't require condemnation, but also acquiring something less than full entire ownership. One of the suggestions, and we put this in our letter to the district, one of our objections is that the district can work with property owners in working out a suitable relationship where the district gets a campus, but the property owner does retain an ownership interest in the property. That is something that hasn't been explored or presented today, and it's an opportunity that I think should be addressed in order for you to make the finding that you have to make about causing the least private injury. We do have concerns about the issue of the timing and the reality of this project. You have a bond measure, I understand, that needs to be passed in order to implement the West Valley campus. There is some, based on the testimony today, some money that's been set aside, but you don't have all the money in order to be able to develop this. I think this dovetails in with the ability of the district to meet and talk further with the owner while it goes out and sees, is it going to have the support to be able to have the funding to do what it's saying it plans for its master campus or its master plan. In terms of an order of business, I think it's appropriate to see if the bonds pass and the funding is there before you commit to taking this, my client's property. The reality is proceeding by eminent domain has a significant transactional cost in terms of litigation, in terms of the public agency's obligation to pay not the most probable price, but the highest price. And that is often underestimated, in my experience, by many public agencies trying to condemn our client's property. My client would like to avoid that. My client would like to work collaboratively with the district. And in order to do that, we do request that this hearing be postponed for that reason. We also do not believe that the district can make the findings it's required to make. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I also wanted I did have one comment. I had one comment and wanted to make sure it was part of the record. Our prior letter that we submitted on July 19th on behalf of our client. I have an extra copy with me. I had submitted to the clerk in the event it has been inadvertently not put in the record.
Just for the record, Michael is your name Michael L. Keogh?
Michael I. Kehoe.
I. Keogh, thank you. Just wanted to make
Yes.
sure. Are there any further questions from the members of the board?
You should ask him to be sure that that letter's in, to turn in.
Do you have,
He does, and he wishes to
do you wish to
put it
in the record?
Yes, it was sent by email,
But
but I have
for
an
the
extra
record?
copy. Okay.
You do have it, okay. I just
Great.
wanted to confirm.
So I appreciate the board's attention. I think the appropriate action today is to postpone this hearing. One, to try and work with my client, but also there are some fundamental problems with adopting the resolution today that ultimately I think would defeat the purpose for which you're adopting the resolution, which is trying to acquire my client's property. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any further questions from the members of the board? Oh, any other comments? Hearing none?
Hang on, we've
Oh.
got our counsel's coming.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to
Counsel-
respond briefly to what Mr. Kehoe had said regarding
Thank
the
you for
offer.
the record.
I'm-
Just making, your name,
Sorry, I'm Jim Gilpin, counsel for the district.
thank you.
Just wanted to respond briefly to what Mr. Kehoe had said about the letter he contends they received. The district's records and our records show a letter was sent to Ms. Melissa Arijo on April 26th, 2016, and that letter has been made part of the record and did include the summary basis of appraisal with the listing of the comparable sales. I don't know where he obtained the letter, if there was some step in between his client and him, but our records do indicate that that full letter was sent.
I'm sorry, who was the letter sent to?
Miss Melissa Arijo,
And who is she?
Arroyo. She's the registered agent of service for the property owner.
I see, thank you.
Actually, how many, our phase one, that we already have bond money for, that we promised that we'd build, how many students will that serve?
So if we use Indio as an example, we know how much it costs to build a facility because we just built one. We know how many students the Indio campus serves. As Dr. Kenneman shared earlier, and we will be sharing throughout this meeting, that Indio site is at 100% capacity, and currently we serve over 3,000 students. We're approaching 1,000 FTES at that campus, and in fact just signed a letter of intent for making that campus a center status campus.
So we would build an that phase one would be equivalent to the Indio campus?
It would be larger,
Larger than
so
the
it's
Indio campus.
50,000 square feet. The current Indio site is just shy of 40,000 square feet. And we do have money to both acquire as well as build the complete phase one, which then I would estimate would serve up to 35 to 4,000 students.
And I have to ask about the student services element. The student services element would be even there in phase one.
Yes, as I
wanted to ask
indicated, yeah, as I indicated, I think on one of these screens, it talks about the counseling, enrollment services and counseling. So that is a part of that footprint in phase one.
I see, in a transfer center. Terrific. Okay, thank you. I just, that was good things to think. The conversation was very stimulating. So.
Another question, I guess I asked it of you. You said that we would be able to open within 3 to 4 years. When could we start building?
That depends on this process.
Okay,
and
if
I would
this is
defer to
approved,
legal
how
to-
quickly is what I'm asking, since they said we're not ready? So I'm wondering how quickly that would be.
Assuming
How ready
the
are we?
best case scenario, the property is acquired through, whether it be through this process or through a negotiated sale. and that process occurs in a timely manner, we could have the campus built and occupied 2.5 to 3 years.
We need
Okay.
Okay,
But when would the actual building start? Is there?
We won't know that, I
Oh,
don't think.
I'm sorry.
I don't think we can know that till we acquire the property.
okay. Public hearing is still going on.
My name is Melissa Arroyo. I am the representation for ownership here, and I just wanted to put on the record that the letter that we received did not include the appraisal summary that was stated in the letter.
I'm sorry, would you identify yourself again?
Melissa Arroyo is the pronunciation of my last name, Arroyo.
And you're the person that the letter was sent to?
Correct.
And there was no...
We did not receive, the appraisal summary was not included in the package that we received. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to make a public comment during this public hearing?
Does council want to
Okay.
respond?
Does council, I'm looking at council.
I guess I don't know what to say. It was sent in the package. I don't know what she received. I wasn't there when she received it. I do know that it was sent in April. It was also sent to Mr. Leifer's office. We've had discussions, as was indicated, since April, and the first time this issue was raised was at 11 o'clock this morning. I find that highly suspicious and odd, but I've just told you that the district record indicate that it was sent with the summary basis of appraisal. I know our office also exchanged it with Mr. Leifer, counsel for the property owner who's not here, so.
Okay. Are there any more comments during this time made from the public?
I'm Mr. Leifer's partner. We got what we told you we received. There is no summary statement attached with it. And the fact of the matter is, my client doesn't want his property taken. And if the district wants to take it, it just needs to do what it's supposed to do, to be fair to my client. And Melissa Arroyo received what she got. It didn't include it. And so the reality is, if you're going to condemn someone's property or attempt to condemn someone's property, you do have to provide that information. And what was received by us and by our client doesn't include it. So at minimum, what we're telling the district, this hearing should be postponed to address that. That's a big issue. Obviously, you have your decision before you of what you need to do, but I want to make that clear. I mean, nobody's hiding the ball on our end. We got what we got, and it didn't include what it had to include. Thank you.
Okay. Any more comments during this public hearing for the record?
So do we have a copy that I am talking to my colleague?
Okay.
You want to ask the attorney to come?
Counsel?
I just want to share something.
Yes. I guess they've raised an issue contending they didn't receive the offer letter that we show was sent. I mean, out of conservative prudence, you could continue this hearing to give them that letter. Our records indicate that it was sent. Again, I find it highly odd that neither this council nor Mr. Leifer raised this issue prior to 11 o'clock this morning, despite the numerous communications, but, in abundance of caution, you could continue the hearing to allow a letter to be provided to them with the information they say they didn't get. I don't know.
Is this information something we have a copy of?
It is. Ms.
Okay.
Howell has a copy of the letter.
So, and I have no idea, I'm just throwing this out here, I'm a layman. Could we, at this time, make copies? Be sure that we can see everyone got a copy?
We could.
Because my understanding is, even if this resolution passes, and I asked you this before, and you answered to the positive, even if this passes, it does not mean that we can't continue negotiation, that we can basically later say whatever you do to stop an action and and finish this negotiation.
You could always end up with a negotiated deal with the property owner, provided you can come to that
Outside the court.
outside the court.
So is
The
that-
issue before you today, I think, is Property Owners Council is saying, look, one of the requirements was that you provide an offer letter that met the requirements of the government code. Our records show that that letter was sent to them that included that. They're telling you they received it and it didn't have that information in it. I would tell you if
and I
that
hear
letter
you.
was not sent with that information, then he has the ability to object in the context of an eminent domain proceeding.
Is a copy of that letter here today?
Yes.
Did you provide to me, is it in the record?
Yes, it's in the
It
record.
is in the record.
So, I ask again then, is it appropriate to make copies, hand those copies to these folks? You know they have a copy then. Whatever happens, if this vote happens with this vote, and the other discussion continues on the side.
Right, I think what, I'll let him answer for himself, but what he's gonna say is he needs an appropriate time to consider that. That's why he's asking for a continuance. We could provide it to him today, continue this hearing to allow them to consider it. Based on what he said, I don't think any of that's gonna change his mind.
But that I don't know, but my understanding is, even if this passes, the conversation goes on. So we're not turning off that discussion. So that is so that is a different,
It's a different issue.
it's a different issue.
It is.
But that
It's a
way.
procedural issue.
That way, the board would be assured that that they have copies.
Correct. We can
Okay.
hand it to him today, and then we've got no dispute with him
No,
over.
exactly, but to me, they're two different issues. I just want to be sure that the information is there, and then the board makes whatever moves they need, as long as the board is assured that either way, this conversation can go on.
Right. Either way, this conversation can go on.
Go on,
and we-
right. Thank you.
Any more comments during this public hearing? Okay. At this time, seeing no, I will now close the hearing and entertain a motion to adopt the resolution of necessity. We thank all those that have participated and gave comments.
Chair Sanchez Fulton, may I ask that you wait until we actually provide a hard copy to the
Okay.
individuals?
I think that would be
Can we
good. Thank
then,
you.
how long do we?
They're taking it right now.
Okay, so we
Should-
will,
it should be
we'll
within-
wait, do you want to,
No, let's have a short recess.
a short recess? I'd like to just give a,
Is there a procedural
there
issue
a
with
pr-
that? Okay.
I mean, perfect.
at this time, we will now open to public hearing, reopen our public hearing.
Good.
And go ahead, legal counsel. For your record, your name again?
For the record, my name is Jim Gilpin with Best Best & Krieger. I've asked Mr. Kehoe to join me. He referenced a letter during his presentation, which he would like to make part of the record. It's the April 26th letter. It shows, so here's a copy of his letter. It does show 3 enclosures, but his letter does not include the middle enclosure, which is the summary basis of appraisal. I'm also providing him a copy of the letter that our records show was sent, which is the same letter, but it does include the summary basis of appraisal. And that is part of the record as well.
Okay. So you'll submit that?
So all copies have now been shared?
Let's have legal counsel, so,
Yes, he's obviously, we're all here, he's been provided with a copy of the letter that includes a summary basis of appraisal, so.
I do want to make a comment on the record about that, obviously. With some clairvoyance, counsel pointed out, giving me the appraisal summary statement with comparable data of 10 different properties that support the number of $9.5 million. 2 minutes before you're going to adopt a resolution doesn't meet the board's obligations. So I want to make that objection. And one other thing that my client pointed out, there was a comment made about it is more efficient and more effective when you're developing a campus to be able to work from a clean slate. In terms of least private injury, I don't understand why, and there hasn't been any presentation as to why, there is a vacant piece of land right next door. Yet doesn't appear to be any consideration for that piece of land versus taking one that is already developed. So I don't think the district can make the finding with regard to the offer. I don't think it can make the finding with regard to the other requirements that it needs to be made. So I would respectfully request that the board do not pass the resolution of necessity. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel?
At this juncture, Jim Gilpin again, my recommendation to the board, out of an abundance of caution, we've just provided we've provided him with a copy of the letter today, would be to move this hearing out 30 days to allow them an opportunity to consider that letter if that's really what was missing, and then we could take this up at a board meeting, whatever your next board meeting is.
Next month.
Next month, I would continue the hearing.
Be Friday the 19th.
Legal counsel, yeah, that would be the legal counsel, Robert, Robert.
Yes, I would concur with that recommendation, and I would ask that the clerk indicate what that date is, so that if the board does continue to that date, we have a date certain and also a time certain.
19th is what my calendar says.
My apologies, since I have not been the board clerk, I do not have that on my calendar.
Really? August the 19th, I believe, it's in our packet today. Just approved it. My calendar says 19th, but 17th, we moved it.
17th.
August 17th.
17th, Wednesday.
So,
yes.
for the record, it will be then August
17th.
Again, that would be our recommendation to continue it to
recommendation.
August 17th, 1:30.
Madam Chair, I'd like to hear from our president.
I think that we should be very prudent on this and give the owner an opportunity to review the offer.
Absolutely.
Maybe that after reviewing the offer, there will be an opportunity for us to sit down and find something mutually agreeable before the next meeting.
So is the owner's representative committed to continuing to negotiate right now? Or wait 30 days?
We are interested, like we said. Michael Keogh again. As I mentioned, the first letter we sent asked that we be given the opportunity to work with the district if the district is truly intent on taking this property. And
Does that include negotiating?
yes, negotiating. But, I mean, that reserving my client's rights, I mean, obviously, my client doesn't agree, doesn't want his property taken. My client was interested in trying to negotiate if there can be an agreeable negotiation, which means agreeable for both parties, not just what the district sees as the right answer. Our first letter was to ask the district or invite the district to talk further with my client about the opportunity to develop this property together.
I think my question was more pointed. Are the representatives willing to negotiate what you said, willing to negotiate on this shared plan, whatever that is? The question is, are you willing to negotiate?
We're willing to negotiate. That doesn't mean we are going to capitulate. I just want to be clear.
Okay.
So, but we are willing to negotiate, yes.
So all potential plans.
We're open to discussing with the district all opportunities for this property. And just, I don't want that to be taken as an admission that you've agreed, my clients agreed, go ahead and condemn it. But we are open to negotiating. So, very clear on that. Any other questions?
Council, Bob, do you have any other thoughts? Comments? Excuse me, comments?
There again, I'd like to just point out that this process has been going on for 2 years, that there is no dispute that they received a letter with an offer on, in April. If it didn't have the documentation, they certainly could have asked for it at that time. That letter went both out to the property owner and to the owner's attorney. We sent them a notice roughly a month ago about this hearing. We didn't hear back from them until a week and a half ago. At that time, we sat down immediately with them and tried to enter into negotiations, asking them, what they were coming forward to offer at that time. The meeting quickly turned into an interrogation. There wasn't any negotiation. There wasn't any offer that they wanted to put forward. They took it as an opportunity to interrogate Ms. Howell, we were not prepared for that. We ultimately ended up terminating that meeting, but telling them if they want more information, if they have any specific proposals, we'd be more than happy to entertain them, looking for a win-win. There again, we didn't hear anything until late last Friday. We got a letter saying that they'd be here, and then today at 11 o'clock, we got the letter saying that, the original offer letter was defective. So from our perspective, that doesn't lend itself to the thought that there's going to be a productive negotiation here. It certainly appears that what we have here is gamemanship, but certainly I think the prudent thing at this point is to continue for 30 days to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and we will commit to meeting in good faith and listening to any proposals they might bring forward.
Okay. Any other comments from legal counsel? Okay. So we have here a motion to postpone this public hearing of Resolution of Necessity 072016-1, August 17th at 1:30. Do I have a motion?
You do.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, and
I'm
I said
asking a
yes,
motion to postpone.
there is such a motion.
There is such a motion.
And a second.
And a second. Your vote, Trustee?
Aye.
The rest of us.
A second, yeah.
Oh,
Discussion?
Discussion, you're right, we missed
Discussion. We missed discussion.
Really?
Okay, so motion carried. Oh, now we'll take a vote.
Okay, once more, Stu.
Once again. Isaiah?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried unanimously. No. So the item, just for the record, the item is postponed to August 17th at 1:30 p.m. The public hearing is now closed. Okay. And we'll continue on. Public hearing concerning the intent to enter into a lease agreement and a license agreement. The public hearing is now open.
Oh, hang on. Making myself notes there.
Seems like there are any,
I think there's no, is there anyone here wishing?
any public hearing? Anyone wants to speak on this matter? Any comments during this public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed.
Is there no board discussion?
No.
We do it the way
Do
we
I
did.
have a motion to authorize the entering into a lease agreement and a license agreement with Desert Mist Farms as presented?
Oh, I so move.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Any discussion on the item?
This comes from my area, my trustee area, so I will speak on it. As you know, we were fortunate, we the college were fortunate to have a gift of 95 acres of farmland in the East Valley. At the time we were gifted this land, we were actually forbidden to farm on it as long as the the to-be development owners owned that property around it. And then after that, after the parcels were sold, it was supposed that it would be a suburban area full of houses and that it would become just a beautiful 95-acre park for the community and learning center. As life went on and there was a big pop of building, those dreams went away, those owners lost their investment, and we, the college, were still fortunate enough to be gifted with 95 acres of farmland. So we took this very interesting shaped property, which made a lot of sense if we were to be living in a suburban area, and made an agreement with our neighbors that we would shore it back up, square it back up into farms, and it once more, that area looked like the old tooth-acre ranch. Now, we did that following, jumping all the hurdles, crossing all the T's, and dotting all the I's, so that we had three assessors, Lisa? 3 assessors that agreed on exactly how many square feet we had in those 95 acres, and that each square foot was worth exactly the same amount as the square foot we were exchanging for. It was a farm. Probably, unless you were the farmer that had farmed it for a number of years, you couldn't have told 1 square foot from the other, but these 3 farm agricultural assessors did come to an agreement, and we managed to square up the properties. So now we are the proud owners of a 95-acre ranch that has a reservoir, pumps, power, and a very nice facility for education down in the area that's near the road. So this contract that we would be negotiating, that we'd be entering into, this lease, would give that area an opportunity to be farmed, the area that we're not using, because I'm thinking that what was in the mind of our administrators is that we probably won't be building out that Mecca thermal campus to its full 95 acres for a while. And leaving land fallow doesn't help it much either. So this lease agreement, if we do come to an agreement, will have the purpose of keeping that land active, keeping our assets in good order. The farmer would take care of the land, and I'm hoping, I'm asking that in that negotiation we have the opportunity for our students to interact with farming in various ways, whether it would be mentoring, whether it be shadowing, or whether it will be small agricultural engineering lab spaces. That's what I'm hoping for, and as I made this motion, that is what I'm thinking, is that this would be a great opportunity for our students to learn that area of agricultural and agricultural engineering. And at the same time, the college would have some income from that area, because leasing does give us a little bit of money coming in. So it's good, it's being a good husband for the land, taking care of what we were kindly gifted, and keeping our property active and active for students while we continue to build.
Okay. Any more discussion on that item?
Just a minor, I think, correction on the staff report in fiscal implications. It's identified in Administrative Services Action Item Number 10. It's actually the next item, which is item 3.
Yeah, well,
Just a minor correction.
exactly.
Okay.
I'd make comment on that. This was actually placed in the agenda as item number 10, and we chose at the last minute to move the
it.
hearings together. So I apologize for not catching that.
Okay.
I might say that the person that is the local manager of Ocean Mist, and he's middle management.
Desert Mist or Ocean?
Excuse
me, I just want
Farming usually works under a number of different names because there's different associations among the farmers. So there's an Ocean Mist, which you recognize when you buy artichokes. The desert part is called either Desert Pride or Desert Mist. So the names are used interchangeably, but it actually has to do more with staff structure than with ownership. Jeff Percy is our person down here that, like I say, he's certainly not the owner of that company, but he speaks for the owners. And they're very interested in working, having a relationship with the college, with the college students.
Okay.
Well, it's not defined, and that would be what would go on here, is some kind of loose definition. And with time, when we actually have built the program, it might develop into more. But they very much want a structured relationship so that they are legal as a company and we are legal as a public entity. And that's why we need this agreement.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Okay, student trustee, your vote?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. We're at number 4. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution 072016-2, Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District, ordering a bond election and authorizing necessary action in connection therewith as presented?
So move.
Second? Who's going to second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on them? Dr. Kitterman will conduct the roll call. First of all, any discussion on this particular item?
Actually, I think we need a presentation.
We do need a discussion.
A presentation.
We do. And we are passing out a staff presentation for you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. Where are all the cameras now?
I know.
Where are the cameras now? You should know by now, I love to start our facilities presentations with celebration of the wonderful work that has been done. We owe so much of the recent transformation of our college to the voters that supported Measure B bonds back in 2004. Can you believe it's been 12 years? Then I'll say, can you believe so much has been done in 12 years? The accomplishments are many, and the collage above shows you just a few of the projects that were made possible by our Measure B bonds. So what do we know? Total renovated square footage, 87,000. You look at that number, it doesn't seem large, but it is large, 87,000 square feet. Total new added square footage to our college, 367,465 square feet. If you think about what was and what is, this is an increase in square footage of 55% for our campuses. I think Dr. Kenneman mentioned earlier that our FTES growth is tremendous and has increased by 300%. Tremendous. So Measure B authorized $346.5 million in bonds. Approximately $15 million remains unallocated. So the work that was approved by the voters, supported by the community, and now the benefits reaped by our students has been great. And we are nearing the end. We've been talking about this for a couple years. What are we going to do, and how do we not continue this growth? We continue to serve more students, which brings us to our reason for being here today. So currently we have 3 campuses, one in Palm Desert, one in Indio, and one in East Valley. If you look at this picture, it depicts clearly what we've just gone through, that we don't have a presence in the West Valley, and we need one. Much of our community comes from that area, and they deserve, as you eloquently stated earlier, a commitment was made, and we need to deliver. We need to deliver. So, I'm going to go back here because I have a lot to say about this, sorry. With only 3 permanent sites, College of the Desert serves the entire Coachella Valley. Geographically, our college district is extremely large. We know that many of our students have transportation challenges as well. To augment our permanent sites, we have worked with our Unified School District partners to provide classes on their high school campuses, as well as other community partners in locations throughout the valley. You can see by the image on the slide that our West Valley makes up a large demographic area of the valley, yet it currently lacks a permanent campus. Earlier today, we shared historic news about our student graduation numbers. 2015 marked the highest number of graduating students in COD's history, and 2016 was higher yet. This does not happen by chance. I have more historic news to share with you today regarding our final full-time equivalent student numbers. Bottom line growth is 14%. Normally I don't get to do this, but the president left the room, so I get to give the good news. 14%, amazing. Now, if you remember last year during budget time, we talked about a targeted growth of 10%, and I can't tell you how much anxiety that caused me. And I'm here to say Joel was right. You can put it in the record. Joel was right. Not only did we grow by 10%, but we grew by 14%. I can't tell you from an ongoing perspective, not only the students that we can have served, but the dollars in ongoing revenues that it will bring and the opportunities that will provide is incredible. So again, congratulations, Joel. I predict that College of the Desert will have the highest percentage growth of any California community college when the final numbers are reported. And again, the better news, this growth is funded. It is funded. We met or achieved higher than our constrained growth. And with Dr. Neary's assistance in working with the Chancellor's office consistently, she was able to get our term length multiplier rebased, and it added tremendous, so part of this increase is due to those efforts as well. So now we'll talk about the new bond measure opportunities.
And also on the efforts of all the faculty and staff
Yes,
to put on
of
new
course.
classes, to add new locations, to look at the schedule and reschedule. The dean's working very collaboratively with the department chairs and the enrollment management committee. I mean, all those things are coming together in synergy.
That's why you're there and I'm here. There you go. So we're going to talk about new bond measure opportunities. We've just been through the West Valley campus. So we're starting there because it's the West Valley, and it is the part of the Coachella Valley that desperately needs this campus, and again, to fulfill the commitment on the part of the trustees. So the earlier slides indicate our lack of presence. Earlier in the agenda, the board considered taking the next steps to make a West Valley campus a reality. I was hoping to report that that actually occurred, but we postponed, which is fine. It's always better to be prudent, to be cautious, to be conservative. Give the property owner the opportunity. We have to make sure we do our due diligence, and we will continue. While the college has allocated funding from Measure B to acquire the mall site and build Phase 1, a new bond measure would provide the funding needed for Phases 2 through 6 and would allow full build-out of the campus by 2019-20. I'm going to say that again, full build-out by 2019-20.
I'm writing it down.
Okay. We know that the West Valley campus, with our master plan, included 4 pillars: hospitality and tourism, media and the arts, health, and sustainable technology. Those are still very much a part of this plan, and as you can see, that campus encompasses that entire site. We saw this a little earlier, and it is celebrating this mid-century modern architecture, fully ADA compliant, by the way, and American Disability Act compliant. So let's move on. Let's move a little east, and we'll talk about next stop is the Palm Desert campus. What a visual.
I wish you can go back to Desert Hot Springs. You're still in the West Valley, so I just wanted to.
Well, we're going to talk about that later in the agenda because we have that to celebrate today as well. Is the Edward Winslow enhancement and classes, our first real offerings on our own site designated for College of the Desert Hot Springs. So what a visual. From 60 acres of grapes and 40 acres of date trees to this incredible campus. A huge change from 1962 when $3.7 million of investment built just a few buildings and served approximately 500 students. What's for the future? What do we, now I need you to dream with me because again, we haven't spent any money on this. We're hoping to be able to spend money, so walk with me. So let's dream about the future. One of the many projects a new bond might fund is a university center. Can you imagine offering College of the Desert students the opportunity for a world-class education right here on our campus? Partnering with four-year universities can happen, and our students and the Coachella Valley would benefit. We know the model works. Look at CSUSB Palm Desert now. It started in a couple of modulars right here on this campus. We know that science and technology is important in every aspect of life today. Investing in state-of-the-art facilities will allow us to offer our students the education for new and emerging career opportunities in those fields, or in these fields. Veterans, we heard a very eloquent speaker today who shared his story and his support of our bond measure. The Veterans Center currently serves over 350 students here, returning veterans. We are grateful to the Bighorn Charities for the improvement they helped make in this existing facility, but still we know it's not enough. You heard that today. These student veterans who have served and sacrificed for us need more. We want to expand the current facility and other additional programs and services in facilities throughout the Coachella Valley. I've never seen me cry, Joel, have you? Sorry. State-of-the-art classrooms, academic and lab and support spaces. This too needs to be enhanced, increased on this campus. So construct new and modernize these facilities. You can walk and talk on our campuses and you will see that many of our classrooms are in dire need of transformation. We have a lot of great news to share with you with renovations that were done this summer, the Carol Meyer Hall, the music building, all tremendous work that we'll share in a future facility study session.
Michael O'Neill, I have to say, a few larger classrooms, please.
A few larger classrooms. You think Michael's listening?
I am channeling Michael right here.
He left me that message.
He left you that message too, okay?
So, All right, so we're going to move a little further east. We know our Indio campus was near capacity within a year of opening. We are currently discussing opportunities to expand this campus and meet the demands of our students. Voila! Another 40,000 square foot building can fit right on the site of the Indio campus. As we have mentioned earlier in comments, we are currently working with the City of Indio to acquire additional space for parking and additional facilities. So I hope to have something to report to you very soon. Further east, we'll go to our East Valley campus. The East Valley campus is currently under construction, expansion, and will be at its capacity with this expansion because of the infrastructure or lack thereof. So included in today's agenda is a generous donation of a high-powered telescope and funding to support a permanent structure. So we just, again, dream with me, this is what that might look like, which would then provide opportunities for all students.
But okay.
Pardon?
From your mouth to God's ear.
There you go. So Coachella Valley, Trustee Sanchez, look there. Desert
But I
Hot
want to
Springs.
dream more.
Desert Hot Springs. We're
Allow
dreaming.
me to dream even more.
We're
and make
dreaming
it-
big.
Let's dream big.
We're dreaming big. So we know that our valley continues to grow, and with growth, we need facilities and facilities for staff, faculty to support students. So we leave you with room to grow, room to dream.
But I want to see magical dust in Desert Hot Springs. I just want little magical dust to go there too.
Magical dust. Perfect.
I'm sure you have it in here somewhere, but I think it's good to explain and say that the technology infrastructure is a big part of this as well.
Absolutely.
That
Absolutely.
as faculty choose to do more of that, the infrastructure will be there.
Correct. And if you will go on the website, there are 3 or 4 different documents on there that go into talking about the infrastructure and the things that are supporting of this measure. So today in the audience, I have representatives, our bond counsel, Don Field, who you have met before from Oric. Don is a partner, and he recently joined our team, and I can't tell you, it has been a pleasure. We spent most of last weekend collaborating. And he's here today to talk about the legal issues of this resolution. And I also have our financial advisor, Adam Bauer, who's the CEO of Fieldman Roll-Up and Associates, and he's here to answer any questions you might have about the financing, what it looks like, how much it costs, how much money we would be issuing at a certain time, depending on property values. So with that, I'll turn it over to Don.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Don Field with Oric, Harrington, and Sutcliffe. And before you is the resolution calling the election in November. And I'll just go through that briefly for you, but if you have any questions, feel free to stop me at any time, and we could expand on any point. So the resolution is in 3 parts. As the main body of the resolution, there's an Exhibit A, which is a full text of the bond measure, and then Exhibit B is the tax rate statement. You as the board are the authorized body to call the election, but the county officials will actually conduct the election as your election official. So the main body of the resolution is really a technical document instructing the county registrars, which you'll have 2 since you're partly in Imperial County and mainly in Riverside. So you'll have 2 election officials conducting your election, and it'll give them the instructions on how to do that. Also to point out in the body of the resolution in section 3 is the 75-word ballot question. That most of the voters will pay most attention to that.
Section 3, I'm sorry.
Section 3.
Page 2? I just want to confirm that.
It's section 3, subsection B,
Okay.
top of page 3.
Okay.
So then in Exhibit A, this is a Proposition 39 measure, which requires 55% approval of the voters. And in order to get that lower voter threshold, you have a number of accountability requirements, including that there's an independent citizens oversight committee, and that there's annual financial and performance audits, and that the monies that are received from the bond are put in a separate account and monitored what comes in and out during each year. And also there's a requirement for a specific project list, and you'll see that in Exhibit B as well. So then in Exhibit B, the tax rate statement, you have a disclosure that goes to all the voters in the voter pamphlet, and that has a requirement that you disclose the expected tax rates in 3 periods, one after the first bond issue, one after the last, and what the highest tax rate is expected to be. And in your case, the bonds are projected to be structured in a way that the tax rate stays the same in all periods. So that is the $19.50 per $100,000 of assessed valuation, not market value. And new for this bond election started this year under a new law that you're also seeing the tax rate statement, the total expected debt service if all bonds were issued. And that's similar to when you get a mortgage, where the Fair Lending Act requires that of lenders to show you what all your interest and principal payments would be. The difference here being this is expected because we don't know exactly what interest rates will be had when the bonds are actually issued. So there's some assumptions in there, and Adam can address those if you have questions on that. So that's a summary, but I'm happy to go through any section if you have specific questions.
I have a specific question. Just for layman terms, for average voter household, what is it going to be? Currently, here in the Coachella Valley, we pay, it's a property tax for us. How much will that then be added? Will it say Desert Community College District on top of whatever we're paying?
And Anna could probably address some questions on, average, our median household prices and that sort of thing. But generally in California, there's a 1% tax levy. And so the property taxes approved in a bond measure are in addition to that. So counties do it differently, but most do have a separate line item for each municipality when a voter bond is approved.
Maybe I need to clarify that. We currently pay, each household here in the Coachella Valley, we already have a bond that we're paying. Is that going to be put into one, or are we going to be paying two separate? When a property owner, we're paying different itemized. I just want to be clear for the public to know. Are we going to be paying twice, or is it going to be combined?
The tax bill is going to show one line item, calls it a desert. Then within that tax item, the existing GEO bond will be there, and this one will be added in addition to that.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask a question? When do we stop paying on the previous bond as a taxpayer? It was 2004.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a 20-year?
Sorry, my laptop died on the way over.
Okay.
But the existing bond matures in 2046. That's when you pay off your last
46.
series.
And this one will mature when?
Well, it depends on how the bond sales go. So that we're looking at a plan that sells bonds between now and 2025. And so if you continued on with what you've done in the past, in 2025, we might have a 30-year bond, so it could go out to 2055. But if assessed value grows greater than expected and interest rates stay very low, it may be a bit shorter than that. But that's what we've laid out here.
And we would only issue when the need was there. So this is an authorization. It doesn't mean that we are going to go out and do it all at once. Correct.
I also, we had some public comments earlier. I have a letter that I'll share with the board from Kenneth Young, the superintendent of schools for Riverside County. And it's just acknowledging the growth that the college has experienced and the need. and his support of us moving forward on this important project. And I'll pass it around if you would like it read in. We could always read it in as well.
Okay. I just have a question in regards to the actual voter pamphlet. I'm on the County Register of Voters Community Outreach Group for Riverside County. I want to be mindful that is this language also going to be available in Spanish?
That'll be a question for the Register of Voters and whatever their process is. The County Register of Voters is under the statute the district's election officials, so they have discretion on how a lot of the pamphlets are put in. But if they have procedures that they're required to do for bilingual, then they will do that. So we could get that question answered for you, but that is in their purview. So I don't know the answer now.
I think maybe that's our district. Dr. Kinnaman, I think it's up to the district to request that. So could we investigate that?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I have a question with regard to, Desert Sands Unified passed a bond just recently. We have a bond that's going to mature in 2046, and we're going to be doing another one. Is there any level of saturation or?
What you're describing is very typical, and that's the way schools and colleges or community colleges are funded today. So yes, those are all on the tax bill for the overlapping boundaries there, but I wouldn't say that's unusual.
And I might also, I'm glad you asked that question, Trustee Wilson, because there is sometimes a misconception of how colleges are funded. And colleges, predominantly, their funding comes in and helps with operational expenses, supplies and materials, faculty salaries and the like. But then when you start looking at the facilities, that's much less money comes from the state for facilities. And so those that have been in the Valley prior to our current bond, if you were on campus prior to that, I think you would say it looks significantly different than then. And we end up relying more on our local community to ensure that we're able to provide state-of-the-art facilities. So, thank you.
Without that bond, we would have, not only does it look different, but we could not have the growth that we have now. Even with the multiple portable classrooms that we had, that we've replaced now with permanent classrooms. So both the quality of education we're able to provide, as well as how many students we can serve, have been greatly increased by that building.
I know, and here we are adding portables now at Indio.
I know.
Already.
A couple more questions, if I may. There is some discussion on Exhibit A with regard to Citizens Oversight Committee. We currently have a Citizens Oversight Committee in place for the 2004 bond. This would be a separate and brand-new committee?
That'll be up to the board. If you have an existing committee and they're willing to serve and you're willing to appoint them to serve for both measures, then you certainly could do that.
So that's an option that we can consider then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Vice President Howell has said in the past, correct, that that committee stays alive until every penny is spent?
Oh.
So that existing committee is going to be around for a while, correct?
2046.
I'm going to defer to council. There's a difference between spending construction money and the actual obligation of taxpayer debt. So I believe it is for the construction piece, correct? Or does it need to stay in place throughout the life of the bond, because we're all going to be probably dead by then?
The committee needs to
No, I'm
stay in
gonna live
place until
forever.
the dollars that you receive are spent, so that they could report that they're spent on the project list.
That's still years away.
Yes.
Yes, so if it's if it's more efficient for the district and the board, and you think that it's beneficial to have one committee, then you certainly can do that.
Okay, and then should the board take action to approve this today, and the bond is approved by the people in November, then it says here that the board will receive its first report commencing January 1st, 2018, with regard to...
Right.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I just wanted to clarify, should we move forward with this action today, and should the people of the Coachella Valley vote for this bond, the board will be receiving its first report January 1st, 2018.
That's correct. There's a requirement in the government code for an annual report in January, and since this is a November 2016 election, you won't be issuing bonds before January 1, 2017. So the first bond proceeds will come in during that 2017, and then the first report would be that January 1, 2018.
Gotcha. Thank you. Great.
I have another question as well on Exhibit A-1. When will the voter actually get pay? When do all of us start paying? When we're going to see it in our property taxes? When will that happen?
The first, this year that we're coming up on here would be year 16, 17, so that's what you receive your tax bill on.
Right.
It's too late to be on that because November is after the deadline. So it is 17, 18 would be the first possibility. But with the way that the bonds are structured, it could be 17, 18 or 18, 19, just depending on the timing and how the bond structure takes place.
And remember, that's because if there's no debt, there's no assessment.
Right. Okay.
I don't have a question for the gentleman, but I do have a question for you, Lisa. During your presentation, you talked about the university center. Have we begun negotiations or discussions with potential occupants of that center?
I need to defer to President Kenneman. I'm glad you didn't ask about veterans.
I bet you are. There have been some limited discussions. What we're planning next is we're going to visit another college that has implemented a similar concept and get some, do a little bit of homework from some people that's had probably some hard knocks, or at least make it where our learning curve is much quicker. Yes.
But conceptually, we have been approached
Yes.
to work with other learning institutions.
At least 3 different institutions, yes. So.
Thank you.
This is going to be my first bond during my tenure here. Will it be after, when the actual voter gets the pamphlet, is it going to be after the state propositions, after the candidates? Where does it normally, a bond like, this is the first time so where does that usually go? I see that the language is here. Where does it normally go to?
Yes, there's a required order for how the bond or the propositions and the measures are ordered, and the state measures and if there's any county-wide measures would come before the community college district.
Okay, thank you.
I've forgotten that it's from size. It goes down to special services districts.
Okay, I just wanted to know where it actually appears for a community college district. No, I see that on resolution, second page, it says, the board now desires to authorize the filing of a ballot argument in favor of the bond. Will you be providing that to the board prior for this to be issued? I have yet to.
No, we include that in the resolution as authorization if the board were to choose to file a argument. And the reason why we do that is because the elections code, if the board decides to submit something as an official board argument, that it gets priority. But typically, there's not a battle on priority for the argument, and a lot of times the campaign prefers that a more broader group of submitters put the argument for us. So this gives you authorization if the board did want to do it officially, but a lot of times it's a more broader group that ends up submitting the argument.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. Anything more? Any questions from, any discussion? First of all, Lisa, thank you. Thank you, council. Thank you for are you going to be making a comment or any?
I have no further comment, just here to answer questions.
Okay. So, Lisa, thank you for your artist's work. Artists, I know how hard you've worked on this. Thank you. Yeah. And the team. And the team. It's always. Okay.
I'm sorry, could I just ask, I wasn't quite clear, so is there going to be a ballot argument or not?
He didn't answer.
Is that up to us to do that?
Yes, usually what happens is the committee is going to want a broader community-based group, but I always include it in the resolution in case there isn't such an argument, then the board could submit something and the board would get priority.
And at what time does the board do that?
The deadline will be coming up quickly, and I think Bill Berry, as the consultant, will be coordinating with Lisa.
So we may receive that next month on our agenda,
Or it'd
or?
have to be before that, before. It'd be, I'm
The-
pretty sure we are Plan B, and that they're already, the consultants already pretty much knows what citizens group is going to speak for us. And I think that is the point, is to have a citizens group speak for us. To give a wider, not, more of a fair witness approach. It's very easy, when you look at us giving a statement, to say, well, they can't see the forest for the trees, because their heart is already there, they're totally committed to the college, or they wouldn't be a trustee. So usually in a bond measure, they look for someone that has a bigger picture.
And who will that be?
We are looking, as far as putting some names on the ballots that's supporting our measure at 5, we can put up to 5 different individuals, and we're looking at people from different areas of expertise. One would likely be an area accountant, potentially one like our Superintendent Young could be somebody, and so our council, our advisor has recommended certain areas like a nurse or somebody in healthcare or perhaps somebody in public safety, and those types of individuals that could come forward that may themselves be someone that's been successful because of their education that they've attained here in one of those types of programs as well.
And do you get the final approval of the list? Like, okay, these 5 names will be good. So.
Well, I would probably vet it with the board, but I wouldn't let anybody else prove it like Lisa.
Okay. That's funny. Would you bring that list, because by the time we have a meeting, that'll be a done deal, because I believe it's
Right.
early August we have to August the 7th, or 10th, something like that.
You'll,
So I'm saying we need it as an informational item, we need it as some kind of public,
Yes,
public awareness that, yes, we see this and we,
yes, and that way individually, if there's a red flag, you can share that, or if there's a green flag, you can
well,
share that too.
I'm hoping that you will.
I believe so.
Give us all green flags.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
That will be my intent.
I don't know if this is a Lisa question or a council question for you guys. I'd like to see a timeline, just where we're at of this process. Is there such a paper that we could get, the board can get a copy of, where we're at, how we're, some timelines, where, you know, deadlines, just for the board and
Yes.
and maybe for the public to know where we're at. This is something that it is going to be out to the community. This is a vote. So giving us some type of timelines, and I think would be very good.
And there's two pieces we should be looking at here, because there is the piece of the process on the bond, and then there's the piece that the committee will be doing on the advocacy piece. And so we would defer to the committee that is not part of the district to provide any of those advocacy timelines to you. And then, of course, we would provide anything on the process for the actual bond itself, any steps and requirements we have.
Okay. And then I just want to be clear on the language here. So we, you know, since you're here, 55% of the vote, of those voting on the proposition and the information vote to pass. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are there any other questions, trustees? Anyone for them?
Thank you for all the hard work. Yes.
They have been working,
really.
I mean, all of them have been working really hard.
Yes. Well, it's a huge project.
It
It takes
is.
the expertise of a lot of folks to make it work.
And I think
We appreciate you.
Yeah, and we have to be clear that this bond, once, a lot of people are not familiar with this bond language, the public, because it's the public who votes and the community that votes, that it's not used for salaries. I think we need to be very clear, maybe in our website, to say that this bond is strictly for construction and for these particular, not for teachers' salary. If we could be really, people don't know what a bond is. Your average Joe does not.
Yeah.
If we could be very clear on that
So,
messaging.
a good point, and our work is really to provide factual information about the college. What it would do, what it wouldn't do.
Right.
The advocacy piece, the go out, rah, rah, rah.
Yeah.
That's the committee,
Right.
which would
Okay.
occur after, should this resolution pass. That will
Mhm.
occur after that.
I just, in
And
the
the-
spirit of transparency, this is so key that we are very clear on that.
And the language, when someone goes in to vote, will also clearly state that. And whenever we're out giving presentations, we will make sure that we're very clear on that, and also clear on how this funding is unique and different than other types of funding that come to public education.
And our track record with our bond has been very good. I've not heard anyone questioning how our money was spent. We've been very careful with the money that we've spent, and you can see the results. People come to the campus and go, "Oh, I went there when I got out of high school," as you were saying, Joel, and it's changed so much. And middle schooler came on a tour, and his comment was, "It felt like a real college." Okay. But you know what he meant. It felt special. It felt like a experience that this person would want to grow up and have. So that was a huge compliment from the mouth of a 14-year-old.
It's been a long day for everyone, but we need to really champion what this says. And what it says is the Coachella Valley is being asked again to invest in itself, in its future. And that is something the Valley has been willing to do, and I think we'll be willing to do again, because this is a critical time to make this happen.
True, very true.
And I think as our chair said before, it's incumbent upon us as the elected officials, as we go out there, representatives of our district, to also make sure that, you know, there's a clear understanding of what this bond is going to do and what it's not going to do. So I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we really do a good job of getting the message out there.
And we need to say what it's about. It's not about buildings.
Right.
You know, it's about
It's about
students and
future.
their careers and their lives.
Right, it's
So,
about future.
I think it's easy to talk about, well, this is going to renovate this or create this, but it really, what it's about is about students and their future and their jobs in the community.
I want to thank you for your time.
Thank
For
you.
putting this together and being here today.
Thank you.
Lisa?
So I just want to make one
yeah.
last comment. This morning you heard from Jeffrey Kyle.
Yes.
So Jeffrey is, those of you, I didn't know Jeffrey prior to he being on the Citizens Oversight Committee. He's a very conservative director of finance. He's been in the community college system. He's been in the K-12 system. We take debt very seriously. And also, along with the debt comes the responsibility, and was the money spent with the same interpretation that it was when the voters voted for it? For Mr. Kyle to come today and to support this new bond effort goes a long way to say, I was a part of it before, I was part of the Citizens Oversight, in fact, he was chair. To say the transparency and the work that was done goes a long way. So I am happy that he attended today and is supportive of the measure from a custodial standpoint.
Thank you for highlighting that. You're right.
Do you have your business cards for us to, if any of the trustees would like some information, how would they contact you? Through these? Okay.
I have his number.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
And anything that you would like, just if you'll let us know, we'll make sure that you're provided information.
The advantage of asking a question that way to you or to Lisa or to Leanne is that it's often a very good question, and all the other trustees will be happy to hear the answer and think, oh, yeah, I'm glad to know that.
Yeah.
So that's actually helps us the most.
And Mr. Field is quite responsive. I can tell you that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, emails flying back and forth as early as 5:30 in the morning. So thank you, Dawn.
Well, I know you all like to wake up early out here. It gets hot in the afternoon.
Okay. So, I think, are we done with discussion? Okay. So Dr. Kinnaman will conduct the roll call vote.
Okay, student trustee Estrada,
Thank
Aye.
you.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
trustee Broughton,
Aye.
trustee Wilson,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez.
Definitely aye.
Then the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now we're in 5, budget revisions. Do I have a motion, to approve the budget revision as presented?
You do.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the budget revision?
Lisa, want to talk to it?
Lisa?
Of course, aren't you tired of me yet?
Lisa, long day.
Explain it to me, Lisa.
I will, indeed. Budget increases and decreases to the budget require resolution. As you can see, we have $28,000 of enhancement revenue increases and $28,000 of expenditure increases, so there's net zero
some to the budget, but you can see that we are active when we receive information. We get it on the board, get it approved so that staff and faculty and students get the benefit from
Yes.
these funds.
Thank you. Thank you on behalf of the students, too.
Okay, any more discussion on the item? If not, student trustee, your vote, please.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Our favorite part, declare property as surplus. It's a long meeting, long day. Do I have a motion to approve declaring the property as a surplus as presented?
So,
moved.
second.
Any discussion on the item?
I have a question. Are they going to have an auction or,
Fred and Bonnie.
Bonnie.
I'm glad they saw that.
So I am going to ask Mr. Vermont, our Director of Fiscal Services, to join us at the podium, as he is much more informed on this particular issue than I. But I can tell you this is, and I know is Dean Becker in the audience, we have to applaud her for taking on this
Oh, yeah,
great effort.
she's-
So with that,
She went to
John,
dinner.
if you want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Sanchez. We have, on this, this particular round of surplus, we're trying to get the Deke Center closed down and get all those classes moved here. And this is a list of items that have been identified since the last meeting that we no longer have educational use for or anything like that, and are asking to surplus that.
But what are they going to do? Are they going to have an auction?
For those items, because of the value of them, we're asking to be able to dispose of the most expedient means, but we are going to be holding a public sale at the Deke in order to recover costs for that.
When
have
is
to
that
ask what a
for the
bond
public, since we are a public community college? When is that sale? Are we going to be announcing it? So people that are interested, or or we could donate it to a nonprofit. We have so many partners that do need that surplus, so.
Yeah, we'll be announcing, we'll be advertising that sale out to the public and doing that soon so that we can get out from the lease at the Deke.
Okay.
A bar fridge?
Uh-huh.
You know.
I was
Okay,
looking at
mini
that
fridge.
TV.
What are you guys doing over there?
Mini fridge, like I have in my classroom.
Oh, my God.
No, they're
I
conserving
didn't know what that
energy.
was.
I have one in my classroom. For my homework kids, I
A
want
dorm
full
fridge,
size.
a bar fridge, or, you know, one of those little bitty guys.
I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
I want a training roof.
Yeah, a training group, yes.
Any more discussion?
Call the question.
Okay, question, go ahead. Trustee Estrada,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Okay,
Chairman, would you like somebody else to take the gavel so that you can make this next one?
The designation.
oh, the designation.
Hand the gavel to your vice
You
president.
can pass it to your vice president.
Thank you. We move on to action item number 7, designation of off-site location. Do I have a motion to approve declaring do I have a motion to approve the designated off-site location of Edward Wenslaff Education Center at 11625 West Drive, Desert Hot Springs, California, 92250, as presented?
Yes.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is my trustee area, long awaited. This is long time coming. The community we saw earlier today with the numbers, we all know about our community, who we serve here at the college, what our main mission is at the College of the Desert is to serve those and give access to those that otherwise wouldn't have it. We do a great job and we want to do more for everyone in the Coachella Valley, not just for the people in Desert Hot Springs, but the unincorporated areas of Sky Valley, Thousand Palms, North Palm Springs, and the people far away as towards 74. We have a lot of students that come that way as well. So having this the first started, I'd like to see more, of course, but I just want to commend Lisa Howell and the team, because it takes a village, to put this into fruition. The community college district, this is a wonderful for a community that so deserves it. What a milestone this is. I'm almost in tears too right now. Wow.
I just want to add, it's been a long time coming, and I hope Desert Hot Springs remembers. We promised we would do something. We're finally getting there. It's a start, like Mary Jane said. It's a start. But
And I'm going to add, if we go back to our consent item under Administrative Services 3, under consent, item number 16 on the contracts indicates the partnership with Palm Springs Unified School District for this use of facility for the 3 classrooms. We are investing $620,000 toward this effort. So this is not a short-term look. This is a long-term investment with our partners. We fully anticipate that site to grow and to have its either a partner agreement with across the street from the high school campus, but we fully anticipate that to grow and the offerings to grow in that community. That's great.
And just for the record, my commitment to my community there is just like our commitment at the college is incredible, and we're very excited.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is there any idea what classes would be held there, or?
Yes, there is. So we've been waiting for this board action to be able to release the new schedule. So we had to designate the site, but the deans have been working with faculty to create a really laddered approach to education so that we roll it out very intentionally. So we'll be offering classes at the lowest level in English as a second language non-credit, adult basic education, the developmental sequence in English and math, and then we'll be offering courses at the college level in English and a variety of GE courses, including philosophy and music. We're also doing a number of introductory CTE courses, starting with computer information systems, and then we're hoping to move into fire, some preliminary fire courses. So we're starting small, but we're trying to make really clear choices about what those will look like. 18 sections, not including adult basic ed.
Wow. 18 sections? Okay. Are we going to be having all the 5 levels of ESL there, just as we did?
We're building out with the first 2 levels of ESL in. So we'll be doing that in an intentional approach too, so that we bring in the folks who need it the most, and then we'll be scaffolding them up. And then as we build a continuing cohort, we'll add the classes in. And that'll be our approach kind of writ large across the offerings. So ways to get started there, ways to continue at the main campus, and then as we're bigger, we'll be able to do second-year offerings and go further.
And I would like to add that we're offering comprehensive support services as well. So we're not just offering classes. As a matter of fact, my dean and one of my managers is doing the first interviews for the Triple SP Outreach Specialist, who will be there to staff the facility Monday through Thursday from 8 to 5
Monday
p.m.
through Thursday?
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of the lessons learned. When we open a facility, classes starts with the instructional program, but we have to offer the support services so that students have a welcome location where they can see a person, ask the questions, and that frontline staff has the capability of doing front counter admissions and record, front counter financial aid information and referrals. And we are working with the Dean of Counseling Services, Dean Phillips, to offer counseling services regularly. So for the first time, instead of just offering the classes, we're offering comprehensive services.
We are learning.
And we're really excited because the EDGE Outreach team is an amazing team, and they're looking forward to hosting. Their goal is to try to create 2 student events out there. So it's not just about, what drives it is the instructional programs, but what gives it that college experience is the support services and the friendly faces, and we're hoping to offer that as well. But I'm happy to say, I was just texting them, they just finished their interviews today.
would like to just add one other thing. One of the things that Vice President Howell made possible and the work with Dr. Neary's staff is that we'll be able to do complete assessment and placement on site, which has been a huge hindrance for the college because we've struggled with the technology capacity. So that little chunk of change that you approved in consent item under administrative services is making possible a fully equipped computer lab that has server capacity and connectivity that has been unheard of. So last year we had to bus people in to be able to assess them, and now we'll be able to offer really deep assessment that includes a ton of server space and a lot of data, and we'll be able to do it on site, which is just an incredible opportunity. So starting from the very front door.
So you asked us to dream big. We hope to deliver very big.
Oh, well, you did. But, so just wanted to let the constituents know, so starting, I just want to give a date, Monday, I'm taking down notes right now, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5.
So we'll be having evening offerings as well. So right now it'll be Monday through Thursday, 8 until 9:50. I think our latest class might go. And then we are going to be running right tight on a redesign and a construction schedule, so that we're hoping to have everything working and functional in the classroom spaces, which is a computer lab and a conventional classroom space, on August 24th. Classes start on August 26th. We'll be bringing on the hybrid student services support side just a wee bit later, because that involves a little more infrastructure on the interior of the building, so it's going to take a little bit more time. But that'll be up and running by September, and so we'll be fully operational by like September 20th. It'll look just like Indio did when it first came into being. So.
And I'm going to jump on the party here. I was fortunate enough to meet out at the Edward Winslow site, and as you know, my prior position was with Palm Springs Unified, and I remember that site being a very eyesore elementary school. It has transitioned, and it is amazing. The pride of ownership that the Alternative Center has. I walked where the facilities are, the 3 portables that we will be transforming. It has been an incredible partnership. I think when we had our initial meeting, they sent 10 representatives. So they're 10, our 10. We worked out the bumps, and it is going to be phenomenal.
So they start September, we're going to have a counselor there starting?
We're actually bringing all the details together to make sure, and we're sending them all to Dr. Kinnaman's office, and I'm sure he's writing up something comprehensive so that you're fully aware of what services and when we're going to offer them. But we're still working out some of those details, so we'll work with the president's office to get that information to you.
Starting the Mecca Thermal Campus. Remember all the problems and all the things that came up, and we ended up, we had promised we were going to open that term, but there was just no way. So we had a late start. No, it was okay.
I just had to.
I know, we had a late start. We knew halfway through the term before that we were going to have a late start. So we planned it, and there were a lot of us that had sleepless nights, and some that became very religious, and that it would actually work, and that when we built it, they would come.
Yes.
And one Lujan kept saying, well, honey, don't worry, it's going to be okay. There's lots of advantages to a late start, and I kept thinking, yeah, okay. Well, the advantages to a late start were, I know you won't believe this, but classes fill up really fast here. So people that couldn't get classes here got them at Mecca Thermal Campus. And for the first few terms, we had people that didn't have a clue where it was, but they would go down and take a class and go, oh, it's so quiet down here, and there's a place to study, and parking's easy, and it kind of grew from that. Right. So if we don't start on the same day at that facility that we open here, it's really, as long as we know and the community knows when we're going to start, it'll work out. Because there are folks that will go, wow, look, there's a class that's open and I can get in it. And then they'll discover, oh, it's really not so far, and it's a nice learning learning
Environment.
community, environment. So
Yeah.
the culture will grow with it. So don't, if we don't start on the same day, been there, done that, have the T-shirt to prove it, it's worked fine.
Okay, great. Nice to hear that.
I didn't see Pam just left the room. Is there going to be a press release on what's going to be offered?
I certainly would imagine there would be.
Okay, so I'm sure a lot
Actually,
more information will be coming.
Vice President Howell and I are scheduled to visit with some folks about it tomorrow.
Oh, we are. Yes, there will be a press release.
There will at least be press. We're hoping there's also a press release.
Since I have you guys on that, I'm looking at the catalog. Maybe when we get to that, I have a question. Is there going to be an addendum to the catalog? We're approving the catalog today, so is there going to be an addendum?
The catalog is distinct from the course schedule.
Right.
So, and I'm happy to talk about the catalog later when it shows up on the agenda,
Yes.
but what we'll be doing is we'll be adding classes to our online class schedule. And then we'll be making sure that our advertising is really clear to help draw people to that. And we have an understanding that it'll take a little while for these classes to fill up unless what Trustee Broughton is suggesting comes true. But, yep, things will happen. So we'll be starting slow. We'll probably have a little bit lower enrollment there than we do on our other sites. And so we have a commitment to Desert Hot Springs to make sure those classes are available and offered.
Thank you. And finally, I would just like to thank our chair for her passion and her tenacity and following through and seeing that this happens. So congratulations, Madam Chair. Is there any further discussion? Student Trustee Estrada, your vote, please. Aye. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. I will turn the gavel back over to our chair. Thank you.
Yes, that's nice. Wow. Okay.
I still can't believe it. Okay, so now we're at the resolution, am I on? 072016-3 budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution 072016-3 budget revisions, adjustment, transfers as presented?
Yes.
And a second.
Second.
Any discussion on this particular issue?
I'll give you a brief report. This is an item we do each year in July. It allows us to transactionally do a transfer or a budget adjustment so that the budget is reflected accurately. And since we only meet once a month, we bring to you and you do consider and approve transfers and budget adjustments at each meeting. So this just allows us, from a transactional standpoint, to get it done on the finance side, technology, and then the item comes to you at each meeting.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay.
Quick question. I liked that.
Do what? I'm sorry.
Could you Lisa, the penny transfer? Or the dollar, whatever it was, the little piddly amount that we had to
No,
transfer?
this actually takes the place of that, so this gives us
But that
the
was so much fun.
authority- This gives us the authority to do it, and then we bring it to you, so it doesn't become a ratification.
You'll be conducting.
So a motion, a second.
So,
Have a vote.
any more discussion on this item? Okay. Dr. Kinnaman will conduct, just in time, will conduct the roll call vote.
I thought we were going to be right there. Trustee Estrada?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Broughton?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Okay, item number 9. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution on 078216-4, substantiating application to the California Community College Chancellor's Office for the East Valley Campus as presented?
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, excuse me.
Yes.
My apologies, there's an extra number in there, and just for the record, I want to make sure that everyone knows it's 072016-4.
We'll
Okay.
take the 8 out.
It is not,
Oh,
my mistake.
No, it's only on hers, so it's not on, yeah.
Okay. It was only on the special one.
Look at this one too, okay.
Somebody second?
Oh, I'll second if nobody seconded, you're right.
Discussion.
Yay!
Yay!
Can we have a staff presentation?
What does this mean fiscally for us, Lisa?
Coming. The application for center status, should we reach, and we will be funded anything above 500 FTES. We have already achieved that and oh so much more. We anticipate ending this next year with over 1,000 FTES at the Indio campus, which would bring an additional $1 million in operational funds each and every year to the college.
So just to clarify the proper vocabulary, what other identifiers are appropriate? Off-site, is that an appropriate terminology? Or center? Or
Center status, so there is confusing terminology
what I'm
with
asking
East
you.
Valley campus,
Right.
Indio campus, because East Valley also means Mechathermal
Right.
campus.
Right.
When this approval is center status, it will actually, at the Chancellor's office, be recognized as the Indio campus.
Okay.
Prior to that, the Chancellor's office continues to refer to it as East Valley campus because in the initial planning, that is what it was named.
I see.
Once it becomes a center, then it becomes its own identity, strangely enough. And it will be forever moving forward, Indio campus.
So probably we should not have used that terminology before, campus, or?
It's center. You don't want to
Center.
use center, because that means different things to different folks.
Right, that's what I'm trying to get
Correct,
clarified.
yes, center. So we made a determination to call it a campus, because it really is a campus, as Mechathermal is a campus.
Right, right. But the proper terminology is center?
It will be.
Yeah, if we achieve it.
Oh, if we achieve it, then the proper terminology is center.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Yes, it is old code.
What's the, Lisa, what's the timeline? So what's the next steps then? It goes to the Chancellor's office?
So we will be submitting the application today to the Chancellor's office, to the planning area, as well as Mario Rodriguez, who is our now, he was appointed Vice Chancellor, yes, Mario? And at that point, we have one additional step that we will be submitting a project analysis. It will go on the Board of Governors agenda for the January 2017 meeting. And if approved, which is no reason it wouldn't be, the funding would come to us in 2017-18 as a part of our apportionment. So right now, we know we're a small college. We have not achieved center status at Indio. We're on our way to becoming a middle college, which that's a whole nother discussion. But for this particular item, we would be considered a center, and that would add $1 million of annual income. Clear?
So
Right, and
in
these
the
boards-
Chancellor's logic, like Mechathermal is is a campus.
It's a site.
It's a site.
It's a site.
It's a site.
So there are many confusing terminologies
That's-
because there is a project, we're calling West Valley Campus a campus, and there's not a campus there yet, but there's plans for a campus. So different terminologies along the way, but this is a official Chancellor's Office terminology, a center, and it does come with additional funding.
And what would the Chancellor's office consider Mechathermal?
A site.
A site. And Desert Hot Springs, a site.
A site.
Okay.
So, you notice that we also have off-site locations, or?
Right.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's a site.
Sites.
So the new modular buildings will kind of make it easier for us to keep that population served. I know that we were out of space,
Correct.
and the new, using the other side or remodeling the other side will also help with that. the other part of the Indio campus that a building that we have now that we haven't
Correct,
been
the
able to
expanded
use?
large classroom?
Yes.
Yes, so the expanded large classroom and the addition and the addition of the 3 portables.
Portables, yes.
Will, is it 3 or 4?
It's multiplying, Joel.
It's 4. There's 3 at Desert Hot Springs, 4 at Indio. 4
Yeah,
classrooms.
they're multiplying, Joel.
Like rabbits.
That number keeps growing, which is okay with me. Will our student store, our kiosk area, our expanded kiosk area, does that count at all for us for educational space? It is an educational space.
It depends, so there's many terminology for educational space as well.
Does it
Will
help us,
will it
or
be a
does it just
class?
help
My understanding is it's evolving into, it will be a 4-credit class, and so therefore the answer would be yes.
Yes, wonderful, okay. Much excitement in that community over that student project. Much excitement.
I'm trying to put a bridle in there.
Yeah. That's your side of it. That's your side of it, but the community is very excited.
Yeah, no, it's a fabulous, the group that's been working on this project, from the initial conversation to this is what we want, this is where we're going to go, has been tremendous participation.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
So just wanted to add, you said it's going to go before the Board of Governors
Correct.
eventually in January?
Correct.
Is Jeffrey Baum still the president?
He is.
Of the Board of Governors?
Yes.
Good.
And actually, we should be attending that meeting.
Yes. And we'll probably be there anyway, some of us, around that time, so.
Good. Right there.
I think this is a huge, huge milestone. Imagine, let's dare to dream even more. Let's go on that whole message. So everywhere we look, the College of the Desert is changing lives. So 1958, a date farm to now a center. I think the public needs to know how important this being called a center for the college, the Desert Community College District, and how important this is for the growth, for the students, for the faculty and the whole college family. This is huge. Just want to emphasize this. Are we going to be having a press release on this, Dr. Kinnaman?
What I envision is pulling that into probably when the Board of Governors officially take action, that then we could roll something out.
This is huge. Okay.
Celebration in one of our portables.
I know.
We should have a celebration at the East Valley campus because this is huge for us.
They will, if multiplied.
And a lot of dreamers were out in the Indio. Juan Lujan would just be rolling. He'd be, I wish he was out there, Juan. And all the people that have worked so hard out in the eastern, a lot of people.
That might be a time to consider a meeting in India.
Yeah,
That's right.
that's a great
After
idea.
that.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know where we'll find the classroom space.
Well,
It's hard.
yeah.
We'll meet in the lobby. A nice lobby.
Any discussion on this more? Okay. Dr. Kimman will conduct the roll call vote.
Trustee Estrada?
Aye.
Student Trustee Estrada. Thank you. Trustee Yant?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Broughton?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
That's a good one. Okay. Resolution 072016-5, a resolution of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees approving the grant application, State of California, for the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy Proposition 1 grant and directing and authorizing Vice President, Administrative Services or designee as the official representative of the applicant as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this particular item?
Yeah, what does this mean?
Okay.
It means we're taking some areas that utilize that utilize water and making them utilize less water if we get this grant by putting in more landscape Desertscape, I guess is what I should say. Is that close?
That's
Vice
absolutely
President?
correct. And this initiative was brought forward by our interim Director of Maintenance and Operations, Brandon Topher. Came to me with it about a month and a half ago saying, I think we can get some funding for a project that we were looking at doing anyway. So just a wonderful effort, and my understanding is if it is approved, we are able to do, the project itself is out off of Fred Waring, and it would be towards the entrance off of Fred Waring.
Oh, and that
All
needs
that
to be
grass area,
refreshed.
yes.
But the area, I mean, not only does it waste water, but it definitely needs to be refreshed. So if we can do it in a prudent manner, it would be better. And how does Jeff feel about, Jeff Plates, how does he feel about
Jeff has been, actually works very well with Brandon Topher, and they've been, again, we collaborate with Jeff on just about everything we do on the campus with landscaping.
Very good.
So it's going to be like those little rocks?
We don't know yet, but
Well, it
yeah,
says
it's going to
decomposed
be,
granite, so I'm assuming it's little
aggregate type.
Okay.
Desert landscaping.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Okay. Dr. Kimmon will conduct the roll call vote on this.
Student Trustee Estrada.
Aye.
Trustee Yant.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Trustee Broughton.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Okay. Student success and student learning. This is in regards of the approval of the 2016-17 College of the Desert Catalog as presented. Okay, thank you. A second, please. Second. Any discussion on this particular item that we have in regards to our catalog? We have a hard copy of the catalog and a soft copy here.
I just want to say this is beautiful.
Beautiful.
And what I like is when I went off to college, you got a little dinky thing. Yeah, it was a little thicker than this, but the thing was, it always got lost in all my papers. Something like this is nice and big, and it doesn't get lost very easily. And I like the fact that we do have a hard copy for those of us that are of that generation where we like something to look at at night and to fall asleep on top of and to wake us up in the middle of the night.
Many colleges are not even doing hard copy.
I know, but just to know that we do have a few of those.
We did decide, though, to have fewer hard copies. Is that
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
So if you recall, last month, we talked about our move to a really great software program and support services from a company called CourseLeaf that's helping us have an identical catalog. So we have a live, living document that is drawn from our database DataTel that pulls up the information, populates the catalog, and then this is the printed copy therein. And we printed 3,000 this year. So we'll be doing an assessment each year to make sure that the number that we're printing is the number that gets used, so that while we support tree farms, we don't waste tree farms. And we'll be working on that so that our numbers kind of correspond correctly.
But in our district, probably in all districts, but in our district, we have a great digital divide.
Right.
We do.
We
Right.
have those folks that don't want to use the internet.
Yes.
But the ones I'm speaking of are the ones that have no internet
Right.
to use. So
Right.
it doesn't do us any good. We think we're reaching a lot of people, but it's up there and it's not down
Have
here.
access to it, you know.
So having a printed copy is a great service.
And we will continue to have printed copies. So what we'll do is we'll assess to make sure that we're not printing too many, or if we've printed enough. And that's what's great for us.
Until we can figure a way that we can help students in our outlying areas have access to real internet.
Yeah.
Then we're going to need to, probably will need to provide more
I think so.
than other college, than an urban college would. But when a cheap internet connection is $100 a month, there's folks.
It's a struggle.
It's a struggle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then when it doesn't
Food,
work.
yeah,
then
when it
they're
doesn't work, well, you're just out of luck, but there's, you get a choice, food, internet, yeah. So, and it's hard, it's a hard choice.
Oh, totally, totally.
So thank you for that.
Certainly.
I so concur with fellow trustees. Having a hard copy at our local libraries, I'm a big I love bringing these to our local, I personally deliver them to all our public libraries, our resource centers, our county offices. It's a resource for a lot of people. I just hope we have them for our digital divide. Remember, 90% of our students are in financial aid. This is huge. Do we have to pay? Does a student pay for this particular catalog, or how does that work? Is it free? Is it free? Or do a student have to pay?
Dr. Neary has this answer.
So we do have a distribution across the Student Services Program and the Special Program, especially those that have represent the underrepresented student population or those in financial need. And then we do a distribution out at our different campuses. And I believe it was an old practice. I believe we just resumed it where we can and have been sending the catalogs to libraries as well, including ours. Now, the only charge there is sometimes we have people who are just interested in the catalog and they go in the bookstore and it's an at-cost price, just under $2. And I'm not sure if you remember, but when we were in an economic downturn, there was a reality that we might not print them, and that reality caused a lot of angst among the students because of that digital divide you're speaking about. So we actually went to ASCOD, and the reason we still charge for those books is because any additional dollars made from those sales of those catalogs goes directly to ASCOD for whatever they need.
Great.
It was the agreement we made in that economic downturn to continue printing and not penalize the student body, and then the student body can decide how to use those dollars.
Excellent.
And usually I know when it's time to pay up because they're very eager.
So if we could just reinforce that this goes to the public libraries. It's so critical that we have that available for people for free at our public libraries. Out in Mecca, I know in Desert Hot Springs, we never have them, or someone, just to have extra. If we could send to our public libraries and at the India workforce, at public agencies, I think it would be great to have.
What about high schools?
That's what I was gonna
What
ask.
about if you go to school in West Shores, the West Shore High School, and you have no library?
That's a great idea.
I know I give mine usually to the continuation high school,
Yeah. Same
and they
deal.
have it on
Same.
their desk.
Right.
So when a student is talking about going, they
this.
can pull stuff up.
You know, the EDGE outreach team is putting together resources and their calendars, so I'm going to jot that down
Yeah,
because we never thought about that.
Can
as a
we-
bringing
Yeah.
other.
It's so critical. I always bring mounds of them to go out in the senior center. You'd be amazed, even at the local senior centers, that, there are students too, and we can just have that there. I think it'd be such a great resource to have, or let me recommend the Family Resource Center in Mecca Thermal.
Yes.
Trustee Broughton, wouldn't that be a great idea,
would be,
that
but-
the Boys and Girls Club?
Well, right.
We have a lot, that would
I-
be,
We've got students that, Mecca is a center of activity compared to the really far out areas of our district. And so, but schools are the common denominator.
true.
Right.
If the schools will work with us, because there's no Boys and Girls Club out there,
Right.
there's no.
insolvency, right?
So one of the things, when we want to do mass distribution that's most useful for students, we might want to be thinking about more largely distributing our course schedule, which is smaller, and it's more pertinent
And
in
I'm not
time.
thinking- Yes.
So this is
But
the.
one
but
of
that's not
these,
No,
one of
so
these
you want the
and
catalog
this
and
many of those.
organizational spaces where somebody's going to be able to sit down and really walk all the way through. But when we're bringing somebody in and on, we probably want to go with that course schedule. And so when we're thinking about what EDGE might contribute, we can manage a distribution that'll kind of balance out catalogs and course schedules so that they're semester by
And you're
semester.
absolutely correct.
Because you
but,
can't pick what time you're taking the class when you look
Right.
through here.
But I'm thinking
Right.
of students that don't even know what's offered.
Yeah.
And
Or
for
what
that,
schools are.
one or two catalogs
Right.
at a school would
Exactly.
be plenty.
I think that would work really, really well.
But you're right, this is schedule that's.
The schedule's
That's
the
the
one that you're
living-
living in it while you're developing your plan. Student trustee.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So there's still a discussion in regards to this catalog,
Yeah, there is.
2016?
Need to vote to
Go
approve
ahead,
it.
trustee
Okay.
Wilson?
I thought we had discussed, when we discussed this the last time, that there would be a map of the trustee areas.
Yes, we do.
Was this at our agenda review time? Or when was this?
I don't recall, but there was discussion
Or,
of,
I know that we did that for the website. or you
You
push it,
mentioned
but
this
I,
during our meeting, I believe.
You know, you have, and I appreciate the photos and updating them and the information, but, you know, we are named by trustee areas, and most of the public doesn't know.
can you note that for future? the-
Could I respond to that? I will look into that. So one of the things that's changed in the process that we're using is the material that comes out of this is developed from Datatel, and so I will see if we can add additional graphics, so that would be an additional graphic. So if we were to do that, it might be something that's on the back cover rather than in the interior of the document. So I'll look into how we can accommodate that. But this is slightly different because we changed the way in which we're building this.
Very nice.
It's
very,
an
very
excellent
nice.
publication.
Isn't it? It's beautifully
It's
well done.
beautiful,
The
but
maps of the facilities.
That's excellent.
Excellent.
Yep. So we're very thankful that we have a catalog and curriculum specialist, Joe Jamuk-Bulat, who's been able to spearhead this along with folks from A&R and Student Services. Just
And thank you
really
for
great work.
recognizing the Friends of the Library. Appreciate that.
just to be mindful, I think a lot of people, a lot of my constituents, and I'm sure our fellow board members also, our PACE program, that includes our summer robotics. It would be nice to have, as you could see in our catalog, we do mention certain programs, but that's one of our signature programs, our summer robotics or having an addendum mentioning that we do offer PACE.
Like an ad.
Like an ad, and I'm just, maybe it's asking too much, but an online, letting them know that we have over 5,000 courses, our pharmacy tech, our vet tech, just having a little page on that.
Are we off topic?
Pam, did you say it's in here?
It's in here?
Is
It is?
PACE information in here?
Is that true? It's not here. It's not there. I went over it. Yes.
Okay.
This isn't an advertising document.
So classes like living in retirement, that would not be indicated in this?
So
It shouldn't be,
It shouldn't be.
it should be like part of the catalog, but it wouldn't hurt if we could figure a way that we could have like a small, I say like an ad, something that
Just an ad
says,
about
and
PACE."
our community outreach includes just some kind of little feel. And I'd say website, but you know, my feeling's there, so maybe a telephone number.
That's one of our programs.
But it's not a catalog because this
Okay.
is
Thank you.
catalog information.
Okay. I think that we will,
Off topic.
This is the approval of the catalog presented, which means you're going to approve the content of the catalog. I think a discussion about suggestions would be more appropriate.
I have questions with regard to the content.
Okay, I'll go for that.
So,
Very nice.
call the question?
yes, okay.
Student Trustee Estrada,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Aye.
Trustee Stefan,
Aye.
Trustee Broughton,
It's easy to read, aye.
Trustee Wilson,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez.
Would like to see them in the library. Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you.
I love to mess with Carlos.
Okay. Now we're in informational item provided as information. Is this going to be our fall 2016 flex schedule?
So this item presents a lot of work that's been pulled together by some individuals, and I think that, who's going to speak to this? Annabelle's going to speak to it? Okay. Well, I'm talking about on the flex calendar. Is there anything on the flex calendar?
This is not,
Thank you.
I can speak to that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So good.
okay. Wonderful. Yes.
Dr. Kinnaman, you want wanted me to just quickly address the information item that is the flex calendar being offered by the Faculty Professional Development Committee. So you have in front of you what is still just slightly drafty, but a version that Michael McJilton, Mathematics Faculty and Professional Development Committee Chair, has put together in concert with many folks around campus. And so we've provided that for you, as is tradition, so you can see what opportunities are in front of faculty and staff prior to the start of fall term.
Are there any questions? Great. It's just many opportunities.
I'm glad to see there's so many into you at the end of the day, because that makes it really easy for me to be able to attend something.
We've upheld a commitment to hold professional development opportunities at the Indio campus.
That's great. Thank you.
The chair has stepped out momentarily. Are there any other questions or any other discussion? Okay, this is an informational item.
Great.
Moving on to item 12, study session. And I would like to know, given the time, if we could hold this item over until the next meeting, Mr. President? Given the time, can we hold over the study session item? Would any of the trustees object? Or would you like to go through it now?
Does this have any bearing, Vice President Howell, does this have any bearing on the information that we've provided on the website? Or do you feel that this is just an information item, it's not an action item, and the trustees have it in their possession, so I think we're okay?
I would agree with you. It's not an
Okay.
action item.
So I don't see anything that would preclude us from that. It has been a long day, hasn't it?
Carlos, is there any objection if we move this over to? Okay, so we can postpone it to the next meeting?
So, so
bring the items back.
if there's no objections, I would like to postpone my presentation until the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. We're so
Thank you.
appreciative. Okay, moving on to item number 13, future agenda items. What future agenda items do we have? Should we start with you, Trustee Yant, or our student trustee, or? No? Okay, Trustee Yant?
Our proposition 50, right?
55.
55. For
Bring back a resolution.
Okay, so you would like to see that brought back as a
a
resolution at
resolution.
the August meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Leanne, if you would please note that. Any other items, Trustee Young?
No.
Okay, Trustee Stefan?
Yes. Earlier when we were discussing the calendar, my fellow trustee Broughton said that she'd like for us to try to add locations on the calendar at the next meeting. I'd also like to see us try to add some in the Valley trainings that we bring in for the calendar, and also a possible retreat,
Right.
so that we can have some added trainings in the Valley here, so that we don't have to travel as far and use so much money to be trained on certain things, especially things that are kind of need to be updated periodically, or maybe have changed because of new laws.
Okay.
That's all.
Where are we at, Trustee Broughton?
I think it's 55 is the most pressing, and the different locations is already brought up, so I'm good.
The calendar.
Okay. Trustee Wilson?
Just the same items, that's fine.
Just wanted to bring up some items that we forgot to mention. Trustee Wilson, I would like to see the accreditation update. We've requested that, so if we could do the accreditation update, that was in our last meeting.
I believe it's on our agenda for next year sometime. I saw it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we have that.
For the next.
Okay.
And I'm going to need to do something prior to that with the board, because Standard 4 really deals with the Board of Trustees. And I've got a couple of co-chairs that are working on different pieces of it, and then we need to wrap the trustees in for some of the trustee pieces.
Okay. There's two items that I keep on bringing up is our college promise. Some updates on the college promise. And also, in lieu of what's happening across the country and the world, public safety, I've been requesting safety measures and public safety for our staff, our faculty, and our family here at the College of the Desert. I know you mentioned that, but just always keeping us abreast on what we're doing for here at the College of the Desert on that. And did you mention some items, Trustee Wilson, or I don't know, because I stepped away. In regards to the catalog, was there something you wanted to put something on a future item for the catalog?
No, I thought I mentioned it. What?
Do you want it to, you said for the future?
Talked about the map.
The map, and, okay. Okay. Any more items? Okay. Oh, having the PACE program and other programs listed in the catalog would be good for that. So, so before, we'd like to dedicate this meeting in the memory of Robert Mason Bob Pollock. Robert Mason Bob Pollock, known for his work as a screenwriter for television, show Dynasty, died Monday in Palm Springs. He was 99 years old. We all know the Pollock Theater on our beautiful Palm Desert campus, but we don't know all the Pollocks. Friends of Bob Pollock remembered him as a cheerful, kind, witty man who deeply loved his late wife, Eileen, better known as Mike. Mike died in December, just 3 weeks after she and Bob celebrated their 65th wedding anniversary. Pollock was born in Atlanta on March 29, 1917. He served in World War II as General Dwight D. Eisenhower's chief of public radio relations and returned to the United States to become an actor. The couple then worked together on the television shows Dynasty and The Colbys. The couple was awarded a star on the Palm Springs Walk of Stars in 1997. Mr. Pollock was a philanthropist who donated to many Coachella Valley nonprofits such as ACT for MS and the AIDS Assisting Program. The Pollock Theater at the College of the Desert was named for him and his wife. They were very involved with a lot of charities, says Peggy Cravens. They were very generous people. The thing they loved and supported with great heart was the College of the Desert, and they stepped up to the plate. In respect of Mr. Pollock's wishes, family, there will be no memorial service. However, Anton said that a celebration of what would have been Pollock's 100th birthday this coming March is being planned. His dream was to make it to his 100th birthday, and unfortunately it didn't happen. Anton said one of the last things he said was, "I'm almost 100 years old. I've lived an amazing life. I miss my wife, and I just want to be in peace." We are saddened by the passing of Mr. Pollock, but are reminded of his and Mike's generosity each time we have a class or have a stage production in our Pollock Theater. Today, we close this meeting in the utmost honor of Bob and Mike Pollock, knowing that they are together again. So, we adjourn this meeting. And then, yes?
5-minute closed session.
Yes. Okay, so let's, we'll be, Okay, so we will be going into closed session at this time and be returning 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
As quickly as possible.
Yes. A recess. Did I do this? A recess.